topic. I also have initials, obviously, but
Topic.
yeah, it was something that I wanted to
Topic is
actually talk about.
interesting.
Well,
That's
no, I mean,
fun.
we never
We never have
actually
topics.
no.
So Michelle sent me this screenshot of a
Oh
guy.
wait, I gotta do the intro because we just went
Oh,
live.
okay. Sure.
Hey everybody, it's the Weekly Alaboom. It is the 5th of February in the year of our Lord 2025. This is the longest running weekly live stream on YouTube. Uh, and I dare anyone to say uh, that they're
Is
ahead
it
of
longer?
us. Yeah, I dare anybody.
I'd be curious if there was a longer one.
Like I said, there was that one Warhammer thing, but they stopped doing it. Uh, but anyway, tonight's it's a special beverage. It's an extra special beverage.
Oh yeah, I was wondering about this.
If the Dr. Pepper Company wishes to fund us in any
Sponsor.
way, I'll gladly take it. But
We're cheap. All we'll take product.
yeah, Dr. Pepper Blackberry Zero Sugar is our sponsor, not sponsor, this evening. We are in no
It's
way,
drink of the
shape, or
night.
form. Yeah. I was at a weird um grocery store with my son because we had to
Weird
pick up
one.
some.
What was
Yeah, it was
weird?
just like one we don't normally go to. It was just it's
Right, outside of your regular.
weird factoid. Other than like two grocery stores in this area, they're all owned by the same parent company. So
Aren't they
it's
all
like
owned in the whole entire country, owned by three or different
I don't know,
companies?
there's like there's two big ones. They're called Cashwise and Hornbachers, and they're both owned by the same parent company. But we went to a random Hornbachers we don't normally go to. It's kind of smaller than the other ones, but we were just grabbing a few things, and I happened to go down the soda aisle, and there was not only was there Dr. Pepper Blackberry, which I'd never seen before, but it was Dr. Pepper Blackberry Zero. So I actually was able to get it in 0 calorie. And like 2 or 3 years ago, there was a Jurassic World um tie-in Dr. Pepper. It was called Dr. Pepper Dark Berry. And from what I remember, this tastes exactly the same. So they must have just
Did you
like
did you ever have the Dr. Pepper berries and cream?
mm, I don't like cream soda. I've never, I mean,
Is there
like
no
there's
cream flavor in that?
I don't know. I haven't tried it, but I mean, every
No,
once in a while
the
somebody
blackberry.
will.
The
Oh
blackberry
no,
and
there's
the
no.
cream.
It's just straight blackberry. It's just dark or dark berry as it was before. But no, I like people said, oh yeah, I have a cream soda, and I don't like it. It probably it's just I mean
You're,
I like milk. I mean I can drink
but cream soda is not like milk.
but it's
It's got
cream.
something different.
I don't know. It's a
I
weird
wouldn't call it.
taste.
I
I don't
wouldn't.
know.
I wouldn't. I think the cream of the cream soda is a misnomer. It is not nothing like cream.
Well, fair enough, but I don't
It's
like
more
the taste.
vanilla. It's more vanilla.
Yeah, and I'm not a big like people
Yeah,
say, oh, Diet
vanilla.
Coke and vanilla or vanilla Coke, and I'm not a. I used to work at a pizza place, and we
You
would
don't say.
yeah we would people could ask for uh like grenadine Cokes, like cherry Coke.
Yeah, like a Shirley Temple.
Yeah, people would ask for that, and they could ask for vanilla. We had a uh it was a weird thing that they did. It was a it was a place where you could be a pizza, but it also was an ice cream parlor. Like you could go into this section of it and you could just go over there and say, "Oh,
Were you
I'd
like a
also
dipped
like."
ice cream kind of thing, or was it
Yeah,
like a
well,
all serve?
you could get a hot fudge sundae. You could get. I mean, it was like
Were
going
you
to a
scooping
real. Yeah, they scooped stuff out.
out of the big?
Yeah, so it was like a real like, and so one of the things you could do is you could say, "Oh, I would like a cherry Coke," and they'd mix it with real grenadine. So it's like,
Real bread.
it,
Wow.
yeah, you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I still remember the very first time ever, like I had never had a float, like hey, like a root beer float, like I never had one, and that was weird because I was at my friend Shad's birthday party, and I must have been in like first or second grade, and we were at his parents' house, and they were like, okay, it's like they ordered pizza for everybody, and we were eating pizza, and then they were like, everybody, it's like, what kind of float do you want? And everybody was like, "Oh, I want this." And I was like, "Isn't it just a root beer float?" And they're like, "No, you can have a Coke float. You could have, an orange crush float. You can have whatever you want." And they were just basically like select a can, and they had mugs, and they put the 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream, and you poured the. And I was like, "Oh man, I'm not gonna like this." But I didn't want to be the one kid that was like, "Nah, it's okay. I don't want it." And then I remember I took a Coke float because I always loved it. I've always loved a Coke. And even though I almost always drink diet, every once in a
Not as a kid,
while,
you didn't.
well, not as a kid, but I mean, but every once in a while now, even though I mean, like I'm a diet soda drinker now, and I should probably stop drinking diet soda as well. But um, I would always every once in a while I'll get a real Coke, and it's just like and I taste that sweet elixir, that is just like that perfect combination. But anyway, I got a Coke float, and I remember I was like, as a kid, I was like, this tastes amazing. I mean, where has this been all my life? And I'm not a real big ice cream guy. It's one of the things my family, like, I don't know, not despises about me, but it's always like, oh, let's go get
Not
ice
an ice
cream.
cream guy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really, really picky. I'm really, really picky about
What
the
is
ice
your
cream around
flavor
here.
of choice?
So I have two, and my wife makes fun of me. Well, so one, it
We've probably talked
is,
about this before. I feel
yeah,
like
no,
a
it is.
married couple.
One is rainbow sherbet, but it has to be the rainbow sherbet that is
Sherbet. I like how you said it, sherbet.
yeah, yeah, it has to be the one that has like the purplish red, the yellow, and the white for the colors. Because that is like it's
What are
like
those
pineapple
flavors?
it's pineapple, lemon, and raspberry, I believe. And that is like it's just like the perfect combination of tastes. And
Okay.
then the other one, it's um it's pretty normal. I
So
mean,
is your rainbow sherbet like solid? You know how like sherbet are solid stripes, or is it all like
it's marbled,
it's
I
all
guess.
marbled,
Yeah, it would be marbled is
marbled
is
sherbet?
is is what I
So
would
what was
call
the
it.
other flavor?
Um uh why can't I can't just give me a second. Butter pecan. Like
I
a
think I knew
good,
that actually.
but it's got to be a really good butter pecan. I've had some
With like a lot of
crummy butter.
butterscotch in it and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about butter pecan, but there's one place in town that's like a true ice cream parlor store. Like they have candy and ice cream and stuff, and they have a really good butter
Do
pecan. I
you
remember one
do
time
you
I
remember
walked in
what
there and they
my
didn't. I walked
favorite?
in there. I was so excited. I was like, "Oh, we're gonna get butter pecan!" It's like I hadn't had ice cream in like 3-4 months. Or whenever we went there, and like my kids and my wife are getting their favorites, and I get up there and I'm like, it's like a scoop of butter pecan in a waffle cone, and they're like, "We don't have any," and I was like, "Fuck this place."
Yeah, this place fucking sucks.
And they're like, you can choose one of our other 700 flavors. I was like, no, thank you. I'll be out in the car.
So you'd rather be a martyr.
Well, because I don't like it anything. I
What?
don't
There's
I
like 34 flavors, right? Or
but
50.
but I
How
don't
many
I don't like
how
it.
many
I don't I
a
mean
basket? How many okay, do you know what my favorite flavor is?
pralines and cream. I don't know.
No. We've talked about this before.
Maple walnut.
No. No
Cookies
nut. Zero
cookies
nut.
cookies and cream.
No.
Oh, the mint one?
The mint chocolate chip.
Yeah, the mint
But
chocolate
the
chip.
green,
Yeah.
not the white. Like the
I
white is fine, I'll take it, but green
I
all the
was
way.
getting there. I was getting there because
Yeah,
I was
you were
like the
getting
cookies
there.
and cream. I was like, yeah, it's the mint chocolate chip. So do you like the Shamrock Shake then when they bring it in from
Uh,
McDonald's?
I've had it. I don't crave it.
Um,
Not craveable for me.
so
But Michelle is like, I hate your mint because it tastes like toothpaste. And I'm like, it's so delightful. I'm like, how could you hate this?
it's so delightful.
I just love
Um,
it. Everything about mint chocolate chip. It's just so good. Like I
yeah,
would want it. I mean, I do like what else do I like? Oh, Baskin Robbins had this flavor. It was like double chocolate peanut butter. Like a peanut butter ripple, like a fudge, like a no, it was peanut butter ribbon inside of a really dark chocolate. There may be
okay.
like a name for it, but oh my God, it was ridiculously good. But I could literally feel my heartbeat racing after eating that. Like I
No,
would
I
eat
can see
and
that.
I'd be like, you know, you get like a little palpitation.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Like, oh, like it increase your heart rate because it's so bad.
I just,
Anyway,
yeah.
I haven't had it in a decade or decades.
Well, and it's like, the uh the what's I'm looking for here? When you have a when you have like something that's just it always goes away, right? You know, I mean, like if it's really really good, eventually it just goes away and you can't get it anymore because why would they keep the thing that everybody
There,
loves?
I know I've talked about this, but go ahead. So what's something that you loved before and it's gone away?
There was when I lived, okay, so this is if you know the Fargo Moorhead area, then like
I don't.
it you'd know understand, but living on Broadway is like horrible, but it also has its perks. And I lived on Broadway for like a year. I mean, you're within walking distance of like lots of restaurants. You're within walking distance of. It's way better now than it was when I lived there, but you're like, there's all these places you can grab and eat. There's tons of bars, you know. So if you're like in your 20s and you just want to like, live there and you don't have to, there's a lot of places of things about it that suck too. But regardless, the the thing about it, there was this gas station, doesn't even exist anymore. And they used to make their own donuts. And they had a bag of powdered donuts for 3.99. And those powdered donuts, for whatever reason, it was like you were biting into like cocaine. They taste. I mean, like I can
Yeah.
I feel my my
Are they like
my
Krispy Kreme?
I don't know what it was, man. I've never tasted it again. My teeth are shivering right
Aching?
now with like the feeling of like taking this little like, and they were about this big around, and
They're like
you took
mini.
them out and you'd bite into it, and it was just like there was a texture to them that was just perfect, and like you'd almost feel like it's not a grit, but like you would actually like it would like the powdered sugar was like layered so perfectly, like it would squeak when you bit into them, and they just taste. I'd eat an entire bag in like 10
So they were like
minutes.
fried donuts?
I
Like
don't know. I have
or
no
like
idea how they
heat
made
or
them.
what?
And then all of a sudden, then one day they
Or,
just
I mean,
closed.
obviously all donuts are fried, I think, but
Yeah. Well, you can bake a donut too.
well,
They're
you have
called,
yeast raised and then you have the fried.
yeah, and like cake donuts or whatever. Like the horrible
Those are
cake
fried though.
donuts that, well, I always remember the horrible cake donuts that were always with the coffee at the church.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that tasted
The
horrible.
cruller. Although
Yeah.
I love cruller. So for me, I don't know why, but when I moved to Dallas, I went to spaghetti. It was either Spaghetti Warehouse or Spaghetti Factory. I don't remember which. They had this goat cheese sauce. I've talked about this before.
Yeah.
Like regular, it was just spaghetti with like a glob of goat cheese sauce on it, like a big old white scoop of goat cheese sauce. And it was the
Mhm.
best fucking thing I've ever eaten, ever.
Yeah.
Never replicated. I wonder if I transported myself back in time to go to that moment when I had that, would it be the same for me? Because they discontinued it. It was just I couldn't believe how good it was. And I still think about it. That fucking goat cheese sauce. It was not a red sauce, right? It was just like a blob of goat, it was like a goat cheese and it was creamy something. I don't know what it was,
Yeah.
of course.
Well, and
And
then
it was
that's
just one of those
also,
things that I just like I remember it fondly.
well, and like I've in previous episodes espoused the amazingness that was the jalapeno double melt at Wendy's, and then they got rid of it,
At
and it
what?
was the jalapeno double melt burger at Wendy's. It
Oh,
was like
Wendy's. So this
it
was
was,
a chain thing.
yeah, but they had it and then they got rid of it.
So what was the jalapeno? Was it like jalapeno chunks or was it a
So it
sauce?
was. I'm glad you asked.
Yeah,
It
well,
was.
details are important.
It was two quarter pound patties. It
Okay.
was
Two quarter
Um,
pound
two
patties.
1/4 pound patties because it was
Quarter
double
pounder,
melt.
like
It
quarter
was
pounder
double.
size.
Yeah, they were 1/4 pounder size.
Wow, that's
Um,
thick.
oh yeah, it was huge. Pre-cooked weight, of course. But anyway,
Of course, but like
yes, it
equal
was
to
a
like a quarter
sizable
pounder at
burger.
a McDonald's quarter pounder size.
It was a sizable burger.
Yeah, those are big.
It had 4 strips of bacon. It had
Believe that.
it had a slice of pepper jack cheese, a slice of American cheese, and a nacho cheese sauce that was poured onto the burgers as well. And then it had
So gooey,
raw jalapenos
raw,
were like you mean like non-cooked, like just
like
dice
diced or
like
sliced.
sliced jalapenos like
Huh.
on the burgers as well.
How did I never have those?
I don't know, but it was absolutely amazing.
Hmm.
And I remember there was a Wendy's right next to where I worked at US Bank, and I remember me and my buddy Rob, we would say all the time, like, hey, jalapeno double melt. And I was like, jalapeno double melt. And then
Oh,
like one of
yeah.
us,
Oh, the Pavlovian
yes,
response. Your mouth starts watering. Like,
yeah. So one of us would go and get it. And I remember the one day I showed up because it was like for a limited time only, jalapeno double melt or whatever. And and then I showed up one day, and I've said this story before, but it's a great story. I showed up and there was no jalapeno double melt sign. And I was like,
boo.
oh no. And then they're like, welcome to Wendy's, how can I help you? And may I just say, this was back in a day and age when you pulled up to a drive-through, it didn't say, "Hi, welcome to Wendy's. Are you using your
Our
mobile app
mobile app
today?"
today.
No. And
That's
then
a modern thing,
and then you're like,
which sucks, right?
okay, just like it's like perfect. And then as soon as they go to the microphone, you can't understand a word they're saying. But anyway, so you get
Jalapeno double melt.
you get that, and
So a
then
nacho cheese sauce and 2 slices of cheese. Do you know the
yeah.
calorie count on that sucker,
Oh,
by
it
chance?
was like a million if it was one.
At least 1,000.
But I remember, and then I pulled up and I was like, "Can I take your order?" And I said, and I was like, "Oh," I was like, "You don't have the jalapeno double melt anymore." And they're like, "Oh no, we still have the stuff. We can make it for you if you want." And I was like, "Oh, thank God." I was like, "Yes, jalapeno double melt, please. Make it two combos with sodas." And then for
Oh,
like the
wow.
next month, I would still go there like 2 or 3 times a week, and me and my buddy Rob, we would get it. And then I remember it was all over one day. I pulled up and I was like, yeah, and they're like, how can I help you? And I said, jalapeno double melt combo, please. And they're like, we don't have that anymore. I was like, I understand that, but you said that you can still make them. We don't have the ingredients anymore.
Yeah.
And then I was like, just drove away.
Heartbroken.
I just drove away. My heart was broken.
Isn't that the worst?
I mean, if I'd known
It's
the
like
time
there's only a few
before,
joys in life.
yes.
Food is
If
one
I,
of them. And when
if
you
I,
don't get the food you want, it's like one of the, you know,
absolutely. And
first
if
high
I,
school girlfriend breaking up,
yeah,
running out of the food, the food is the second.
if I had known the time before was going to be my last, I would have savored it.
Oh yeah, you would
I
have been
would have
like, this
just,
is the
I would
last
have,
double melt time ever. This is a jalapeno double
yeah,
melt we're gonna have.
I would have absolutely said, I would like, okay, I know I normally take my lunch at my desk and do work while I work, but I'm gonna go to a meeting room by myself and I'm going to enjoy this every last bite. Yeah.
Uh,
And then
and it never came back.
never came back.
Wonder why.
I
Like
Yeah,
Wendy's, I don't know.
Wendy's is weird.
So I think I've told you about this. When I worked at McDonald's, there was a limited time cheddar melt. Did you ever have the McDonald's cheddar melt? We've talked about this.
Yes. Yes, I
It was
did.
a rye bun. Like the bun was rye. The onions were sautéed.
Mm-hmm.
You would take the onions from, like, when you get a quarter. I worked at McDonald's, so when you get a quarter pounder, you like, they have fresh onions, right, for the quarter
Mm-hmm.
pounder. The ones for the burgers or the regular hamburgers and cheeseburgers are all like reconstituted onions, which honestly those are joyous as well, like in a different way. But the fresh onions sautéed on the griddle, and a cheesy. It was like, I remember, it was like a cock, like all the stuff that squirts out at McDonald's is like in a cock gun. You know, like,
Yeah.
the little spring loaded thing where you,
Oh yeah.
clicker thing, and you click it, and it was like
Absolutely.
a cheddar cheese sauce, but it was kind of like the consistency of like a melted Velveeta, and something about that was so delightful. I don't know why, but that was my jam for like a 6 months when I was working there. Like that, you get your lunch break and be like, yeah, I'm getting a McCheddar or whatever it's called. I don't know, cheddar melt. It wasn't McCheddar, it was cheddar melt. They've never brought it back that I know
Never.
that I know of. Now that stupid McRib comes back. I hate the McRib. I don't have any desire to eat a McRib. I had one, I've never needed it again. I know people are like my roommate when I worked on video games, he was just like two McRibs a day. He had a two McRib a day habit. And I'm like, I just don't understand it. But I don't see it, but I guess I can understand it. You
But
know
at
what I mean?
least they bring the McRib back,
Why
you
does the
know?
McRib keep coming back to the cheddar melt? Never came back.
Do you remember the McDonald's CBO, the cheddar bacon onion?
No.
Okay, so and I
Was
and
it
the,
was it a cheddar sauce like the cheddar melt?
um
Now I have to look
uh
this up because I don't know it.
yeah, it had a weird sauce
I
on
wonder if
it.
that was like an offshoot.
Um Cheddar cheese, bacon, and onions. So here's a
Oh, it had a chicken patty.
well, no, that's not what it was.
Oh no.
It is not a chicken sandwich. It was cheddar, bacon, and onion, and it was a burger. And
Was it the quarter pound size?
I don't remember, but I mean, but so like here's one
Everything I see
McDonald's
on it
CBO
online
burger
is
YouTube for
chicken.
2012. So that's probably actually pretty accurate. 2012, right around that era.
Hmm.
So this would have been the grievance to end all grievances if I had and this was one of the few times in my life, and this is admittedly like if it was 2012, so that's like 12 years ago or whatever. So um I would be like 41, 42. I had my uh very young son in my car, and I don't know why we were out driving, but I remember it was like one of those things where it was like, oh, it's like I was hungry. Let's just go through the drive-through real quick. I'll get him some like nuggets or just whatever. He was like two. Might have been three. I don't know. Regardless, doesn't matter. And he was in the car seat in the back, and the guy said, "Oh, it's gonna be a couple minutes for your order or whatever." And I was like, "Can you pull forward?" And I was like, "That's fine." So I pull forward, and like a couple minutes turned into like five. And all of a sudden, like when you have a toddler, and they're not potty trained, I could smell he'd had an accident and he was upset. And he was like, daddy, daddy. And I was like, okay, just give me a second. Food's coming soon. Then we'll race home, get you cleaned up, take care of everything. And like 2 minutes turned into five. Like 5 minutes turned into like 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes. And he's just now beside himself. And I was like, what, and I was like, I'm just gonna leave. I'm like, I'm not gonna. This is ridiculous.
Not worth waiting.
Yeah, that's not worth waiting. I'll just kiss the $12 goodbye and get out of here. And then all of a sudden, I see this
Oh,
guy
the
come up.
days of the $12.
Yeah, I see this guy come up to the thing, and he had a bag in his hand. And I was like, oh well, thank God. The food's here fine. And he came up and he said, like whatever it was like 10-piece nugget and Big Mac. I was like, no. And he's like, what did you order? And I said, I said I ordered a cheddar bacon onion meal and a kid's McNuggets. And he's like, I don't have that order. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what do you mean you don't have that order? And he was like, oh, I'll go check on it real quick. And so then of course I can't. I mean, if I could have, I would have gotten out of the car and followed the guy. But I had this fucking toddler in my car, and he was upset. And then so the guy comes back out. And he's like, I don't know what happened, sir. I don't know what happened with your order. We're remaking it right now. And I said, I said, my son is very upset because he's now catatonically upset. I said, I don't care. Just refund the money to the card. I'm leaving. And he's like, "Oh, just if you give me your address, if you give me this," I was like, no." I was like, "You had your chance." And he's like, "Well, I can't refund it or whatever." He was like trying to tell me why he couldn't just refund me the money or cancel the order. And I was just like, and I screamed. I was like, "You fucked up and screwed this up. I've got an upset kid. I've got to get him home." I was like, "You just refund me my goddamn money. And I swear to God, if you don't, I'm going to come back here." I don't know exactly what I threatened him with, but it was bodily
Oh,
harm. And I was just like, "Just refund my fucking money. Figure it out." And I drove away. And then, 2 days later, it was refunded on my card. So, I mean, but I remember it was like, I was like the most livid I ever had. This guy wanted to argue with me about why he couldn't, and like, "Well, if you leave, I can't give you anything because we are making your food for you, sir." And I was just like, "I didn't kill you." Just, but I
hmm.
didn't, and they didn't call the
The
cops.
cheddar bacon onion story.
Yeah, I mean, and I just
But was
remember
it
being,
good? Have you had it?
I mean, they were okay, but I knew there was like, but it was one of those things where it's like I liked the sauce. There was a weird sauce they had on it that wasn't ketchup and it wasn't barbecue. It was something different, and it was like it was something special. And it was like some special sauce, and and it wasn't
Like
like
a
the
two
Thousand
patty
Island
special
dressing.
sauce.
Yeah, it wasn't like the Thousand
Olives.
Island dressing they put on the Big Macs or anything like that. It was its own thing, right? Hey, I had a guy compliment me on the music in the background of one of my videos, and I said
For real?
AldiBot made it for me. Yeah,
Which one?
the one I posted today. I
Really? Which song,
Yeah.
which track did you use?
Hold on, I'll tell
Oh, I
you.
gotta find out.
I gave you the name AldiBot. If you want me to
Oh
give you a
yeah,
different name, I
yeah.
will.
Aldi Bot is totally fine. I like it.
Aldi House One was the background music on
Oh,
this one.
cool. I like the house. My house music explorations are really fun. I love it.
Yeah, so just so you know, when you hear the weird background music or whatever, uh, it's Aldi. Aldi supplied me with a bunch of music that I don't have to pay for. So,
The
uh,
D&D Monster Manual one
yeah,
or the
yeah,
Mega Dungeon. Okay.
the Monster Manual one.
I mean, listen.
It's Mike Susie on the Vikings.
Well, you don't
Again,
it's just a little bit. You can hear it, but I mean,
because
you
I
know.
remember doing that when I was a kid, and you got when she said, "Orcs are the good guys." I said, "Yeah, they're the good guys."
Okay, we're gonna listen to my video on my own
Fine.
video. This seems weird.
And it's one of those things where
Yeah, it's pretty back in the background there.
Well, and there's like moments where it comes through further because I stopped talking and everything
Cool.
like that. Yeah. But yeah, on that video you can even see the commenter saying that they were digging it. So
Cool, man. That's awesome. I love it.
yeah.
you know,
Well, there you go.
fine.
For those Grant Lyon, quote unquote guest and friend of the show, his full comedy special is on
Can I
YouTube now.
copyright strike you?
I doubt it. Um, if you go to Dry Bar Comedy, the Silly Mustache Man full special is now on YouTube. So if you want to go watch Grant Lyon's like full 25-minute set, you can go check that out. Give it a watch, give it a listen. Uh, yeah, but there you go. The one of the top comments on there was that who would have thought the guy in the Pringles can was funny? And that made me laugh because of Grant's weird mustache. So so the topic, and I'll wait for other people to show up, or if nobody else shows up, you and I can just talk about it. So I'm a big proponent of the idea that um uh what Chad Roberts, you doxed the store selling monster manuals. Right? The release date it was Tuesday. What are you talking about selling them early? There- I I think you might be incorrect on this one, man. I mean, they had a bunch of them on the shelves, unless there was a weird release date. But they had hundreds of them just sitting out, and people were buying them left and right.
Huh.
Anyway,
Is it
um,
is it out now? The new Monster Manual?
oh yeah, I
Hmm.
got because orcs aren't in it, so people are like theoretically
Losing their shit.
supposedly losing their mind. But that's why I was talking
How
about.
can there not be orcs in Dungeons and Dragons?
Well, they are in Dungeons and Dragons, but they're
But
good
not in this
guys.
Monster
They're
Manual.
not in the monster manual because they are a playable race,
I see.
and so it's just like
$50. Oh my god.
like Dro Elves aren't in here. Duergar aren't in there.
By the way, it's released on it's supposed to be released on February 18th.
Oh really?
Yeah, so it's you're well early.
Well,
And that's I'm guessing that's what Chad's referring to.
I don't tell you. I mean, unless they had a special deal or
Someone broke the
something,
street date.
I have no idea. I asked him. I said, "Hey, when do you have those on sale?" He says, "Well, I have them on my shelf on Tuesday." And I was like, "All right, sounds good." He's also the official sponsor. I have an official sponsor for Gathering of Vikings. If you show up for Gathering of Vikings this weekend, you can get 20% off anything and everything in the store at Paradox Comics. You will just get a little coupon from me and you can bring it in and you can get 20% off any purchase. And no matter like if you and it's good for anything and for as much as you want. And also he gave me a bunch of gift cards that we're going to give away as prizes at the convention. So to also be used at the thing. So if you want to come up to Moorhead, well, actually technically it's being held in Glendon, Minnesota, but if you want to come up to Moorhead, Minnesota, far North Dakota, for the Gathering of Vikings, the 7th, 8th, and 9th of February.
And then the Super Bowl.
Uh, yeah, I
Who do you think is
mean,
going to
so,
win the Super
I
Bowl?
hope it's the Chiefs because I hate the Eagles.
Okay. I'll pick the Eagles.
Yeah, and it isn't that I think the Eagles are. I think they're all fine human beings, and they aren't. It's the fans. They're horrible. You saw the
Eagles.
video of that turd, right? That was like the Washington Redskins fans that went
Washington
to
Redskins?
the Reds. No, sorry, Washington. Man, good call. Thank you.
The older, yeah.
The Washington
Washington
Commanders.
Commanders.
The Washington Commanders.
You know, we should
They
have bought Washington football team shirts.
Yeah,
It's
you
collector's
can still
items
get
now.
them though. You can
Oh,
still
can
get
you?
them.
Okay, there we go.
But I mean, okay, so Washington Commanders, they with the fans, obviously, like there's Philadelphia, Washington is relatively close to Philadelphia. You can easily make that trip to go see the game, buy the tickets, whatever. Yeah, it's pretty and it has such a wonderful ending to this. There's a video of a guy like he's taking a video of this guy who's screaming like at just screaming and yelling at this guy's either wife, girlfriend, friend, who knows. And he's using horrible language to talk to her. Like horrible, miserable, misogynistic language to talk to her. Now, nothing is shown for why this guy is so upset about
Right.
anything, right?
It's a after the fact video.
But he is using, and then he's also like, he's like, hey, why don't, and the guy's like, why don't you just leave her alone? He goes, are you going to do something about it? Are you going to do something about it? And he's like, no, I'm just asking you to leave her alone. Well, I'm going to tell this stupid bad word, bad word, bad word, bad word, anything I want. And if you're not going to do anything about it, I'll just keep doing. And so the guy posted the video. They figured out who he was. The Philadelphia Eagles and the NFL banned him from attending any other like NFL games forever. And the company that he worked for said, and it was like not like, oh, I worked at like, it was a high level executive job. They said he no longer works for us. We do not put up with this type of behavior for anybody that works for us. Just
Got
it
it.
was like how to ruin your life.
Yeah, ruin your life in 5 minutes.
Yeah, how to just completely and totally ruin your life in 5 minutes. Just yeah. It.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a weird and what a great ending to that, right? So it's just like um uh I don't know. It's so the Eagles fans that I've known uh are they're just for the most part. I mean, they're decent people, but it's like this handful that just are just horrible human beings. Like going like if you just search you quick YouTube search of like Eagles fans being jerks after
Thank you
this
badly.
game, and you can see like just Washington fans just trying to leave, going to their car, and they feel like your fucking team lost, just screaming and getting their faces like that. And it's just kind of like, wow, you suck. Just like so.
Yeah, there was a guy, there's a Dallas guy I watch who he went to a Philly game and went to the, the parking lot.
Mhm.
And I would say like 9 out of 10 of the interactions he had were good, positive ones.
Yeah.
One guy really bad. It was really bad. I'm like, and the video was just like, dude, chill. Like
Yeah. No, I mean
some people just take it way too seriously. It's just unreal.
they I mean they talked about like back when like if you went and sat if you wore the opponent's team's jersey in the one I forget what they called the Oakland Raiders called the one end zone where all the guys wearing the skull masks and
Yeah,
everything.
what is that?
Like
What was that called?
I forgot what it's called, but they said if you went into that end zone and you wore
Yeah.
the opposing jersey, like you were just asking to have somebody punch you in the back of the head when you weren't looking.
Yeah.
It was just
The black hole.
the black hole. There you go.
It was known for its rowdy behavior and colorful costumes.
Yep.
The black hole. I don't know if I ever heard that term, but
No,
the
that was
life and
like
death of the black hole. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that into sports so much that I would wreck my life over it.
no, and I'm sure that guy didn't think he was going to wreck his life over it too.
But you
And
know,
I
they think
always
everything you do these days is going to be videoed. Everything.
well, the moment somebody takes out a camera, don't you just shut your mouth? Just you say, okay.
No, I guess not.
I mean, it's just like it's one thing for you to say, you're a Fargan Ansel or whatever, and they're like,
Yes,
oh,
it's one
click, and
thing.
they're like this, and then it's just like, okay, I'm going to watch the game now. I mean, just like I understand,
Because you have sense.
yeah. I mean, if
I mean,
you,
obviously, alcohol, I'm sure, is involved.
no, yeah,
Because some of these people would not do this if they were not inebriated, I think.
drinks were involved.
Drinks were involved.
Yes, yeah, just and like yeah, I mean like if you watch them if you track it down out of morbid curiosity the way the guy's acting is just is horrible and it's just and you're like you like to think that that isn't him on a regular basis like
Probably not.
99% of his life he's like very
Yeah, I mean, if
respectful and
he's an
he's
executive person, then he
yeah
basically got
yeah
to a specific
just
point in his
he's
life, which probably took a lot of hard work,
yeah
treating
and
people correctly.
I forget what stand-up comedian it was but he said he was like, words are amazing. That people say, oh, words, sticks and stones, my favorite, so words can never hurt me. He's like, you could ruin your entire life with 3 sentences. And I
Yeah,
remember when he was just like, go up to your boss and say, your kids are cute. I would really love to, just like, just like, I mean, it's like you could do that. It's like call up your significant other and say this. Call up your parents and say this. Boom, your life is over. It's like sticks. It's like
yeah.
give me the sticks and stones. I don't want to deal with the words. And I was like, that's uh yeah, I know.
Oh, it was
Oh
Lord
there you go.
Jobby.
Lord Jobby, yeah.
Lord Jobby was the background.
But
Yeah,
he had
thanks,
no idea it was you. He was
thanks,
like, I
Lord
really dig the
Jobby.
music. Where did it come from? So he wasn't even kissing your butt. He was
Hey, yeah,
I don't know
that's
where it was
awesome.
from.
Yeah, there's
So
something about the music thing now that I'm addicted to, and I'm
it's
not
good.
even really like I'm not playing anything. Like it's more like I come up with the idea.
So when you lose your mind, like on April Fool's Day, you should just have when people pull up the Board Game Geek website,
Bring
it
up
just plays in the
my sound
background.
loops.
And they don't even know where it's coming from. Like, is that
What is
which
this sound? What is
what
this?
is this coming from? There's no bar moving across or anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so I have a story.
Oh yes.
Not
Yeah, I
really a
want
grievance, but it is maybe a partial grievance. It's not even really a grievance, honestly. It's just a funny interaction I had today at the doctor's office. So as people know, I think I go to the dermatologist now every 6 months since my skin cancer diagnosis. I have to go every 6 months. Although now I have to go 9 months, so I got a little reprieve.
yeah.
Uh, but today I went to the doctor and she's like, "Yeah, I'm going out of town, but I'm the next time you come in, you're gonna see my one of my students." And what did she say? She said, "Although you know what, maybe we'll just push it back a little bit, and then I'll see you because you're overwhelming." So that was the adjective that she used. She goes, "You're overwhelming." My skin is overwhelming.
overwhelming. Well, that's
I mean, because it takes like a good 45 minutes. Like I know some people go to the like my wife goes to dermatologist and it's like it's 5 minutes. 5 minutes
yeah.
of examination. Mine was like a good 45 minutes, which is
Well,
a
you're
long
number
time.
one.
I'm overwhelming. Anyway,
You're
I laughed.
overwhelming.
I'm like, okay, that's something I've never heard before. Anyway, it's kind of funny. Kind of funny, but kind of like, okay.
Well, I had never heard you are unpleasant to game with until until a signature moment. Um,
That was good times.
that was a really good time.
What did I
Um,
say?
you are unpleasant
Unpleasant.
to game with.
Unpleasant the game. What was the context?
I don't know. I think we were because we were trying to like
Oh,
we were trying to
Elderful.
we're
We're
trying to
playing.
not have the the place like the ship like sink or whatever and kill us all.
Was that
And
Cthulhu? What was it? Was
that's the Cthulhu Battlestar
but
Galactica.
yeah, the Cthulhu Battlestar Galactica.
Dreadful? No.
What is that? Yeah, what is that called? I've forgotten it already.
Like I wanted to say dreadful, but I
No,
mean
it's un something
unfathomable.
unfathomable.
Yes. Anyway, so and I think I was like I was giving you crap for making your decisions that you were like, "Oh yeah, why don't you go do
Yes.
that? That sounds like a great idea." You know, something along those lines. You're like, "You are unpleasant to game with."
I forget what you said though that made me like
It
angry.
doesn't matter. No
I
matter
wasn't
what
really
it
angry,
was.
but I wasn't angry. It was just like,
No matter what it was, your reaction was absolutely spot on perfect. It was
and
just
then I remember Shane wasn't Shane like kind of falling asleep on the
yeah,
couch.
he was falling asleep and he woke
He
up to
woke
that and
up
laughed.
and he just started laughing. He was like, ah.
Yeah. Ah. Yeah.
Oh, good times at BGG Con.
Good times had by all.
We're about
Um,
we're coming up on BGG Spring again. It's coming soon, sooner than you think.
one of these days I'm gonna have to attend.
Yeah, you should come to that. It's basically at the old stomping grounds. Can
Yeah.
go to the Glass Cock for real.
The true cock of glass.
Although
Um,
the war room is no longer in that room.
yeah, I know you told
I'm
me
in the room
that.
adjacent to it, which is called Hill and Fathomable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
well, we
I
had our
was
team meeting this week. We had our annual where I talked to everybody,
yes.
and it was good. It's interesting I mean, it took 5 hours, but so here's the question. You said when I told you this that it was a long meeting,
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
but 5 hours to cover an entire year of talking. I mean, it's not like I don't talk with everybody all year long, but when you're in a group meeting and everybody has to sort of talk and do things, 5 hours doesn't seem that long to me. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, no, I mean,
I
and I
mean, or do
get
you split it up into 2 days? I feel like 2 days is just like, the second day, the energy levels are just so done. Because
I
we had a meeting in Dallas here face to face where it was like a multi-day thing, and like the second day was just like hard to concentrate, honestly.
I get that, but I mean, I've been in long meetings, man, and like at a certain point, you just can't like it. There's a law of diminishing returns, you know. But if you only
I
do it
guess
once a
since it
year and you're looking
I guess
forward
since
to
it
it,
changes each out, like every 20 minutes is a different person talking, it's it just keeps
but
going.
man,
I don't know.
at a certain point, don't you just kind of like? I mean, and again, I
I
don't know
mean,
your team.
if I'm for me, I mean, obviously it's my company, so I'm fully attentive the entire time. Like I do not drift away. But yeah, there's probably people that do. I get it.
You get to a point where you are um like
I'm
I
sure
mean
it
like
depends.
after the first hour, I mean, you just be like it would be hard to not start tuning out. You know, like, oh, this doesn't matter to me, or uh this has nothing to do with me, or anything like that, right? You know, so you just be like,
It
I
wasn't
mean,
5 straight hours, by the way. It was 3 hours and then an hour break and then another hour.
yeah,
So
that's fine.
4 hours plus an hour break. It's really 5 hours. Maybe it was 5 hours. I don't know. I try to do as quick as possible. When I sense divergence, I was basically trying to keep us back on track. I
Yeah.
was basically like, stop, let's just move on, write it down, we'll come back to it. It
No.
was, in my opinion, and I don't know. I guess I'm biased. I've been in many full length day long meetings in my professional life before I worked up for myself. In fact, multi-day long meetings, and I was just like, these are so stupid long. How are these possible? And it was all about one topic, right? Like we
Yeah.
talked about 7 different things. I don't know. It wasn't that bad.
Well, you got through it,
We did,
and I'm sure you came up with lots of great ideas
as we always do. Now
too.
executing is the tricky part.
Yeah. Um.
Because the board game hobby's fun. Like I guess
Can be.
also it's a lot of fun talk. Like how do we make things fun is really a lot of the talking. It's not drudgery in my opinion. You get to
Yeah.
think about how to make things that are cool. That's basically what it's about. I don't know. Never work for Aldi. Yeah, that's true. Maybe not. Kabuki Kid, I will be your best boss you ever had. I guarantee it. I have 37 people working for me.
You have
Nobody
37?
nobody quit. The entire team is 37 people. Now, they're not all full time. Yeah, it's crazy, right?
A lot of people.
There's a lot of people. Now, a lot of those are counted, but I only talk to them like once a month.
Well,
And nobody's ever quit. I
well, it
think
works
that's
for
saying
you.
something. What's that?
Well, it works for you. So,
You know what? That's not true. 2 people quit this year, but extenuating circumstances. Nothing to do with the company. It was basically personal reasons.
well, that's what they tell you.
One wanted to travel and one had to basically take care of her parents. She had an in-law move in with them and she basically had to take care of them, taking them. Like that's a big deal.
So, all right, I was going to talk about what I wanted to talk about. An actual topic to discuss.
A topic.
Yeah, I remember, like, I mean, you even said the other time, it's like, well, we should have topics to discuss.
So there was this, I don't know, Michelle sent me this post, and it was basically a screenshot of a guy
Well,
who
go
brings a
on.
printed piece of paper to his weekly lunch meeting or lunch group. Like an old retired guy. He goes, here's what my dad does every week at his, weekly meetup with his friends to talk at lunch. And they had a paper printed out of all the topics they would talk about. And Michelle goes, "Is this like the Alaboom?" I'm like, kinda. Except we don't
Yeah,
have a printed piece of paper.
no, yeah.
I wish I could find that picture.
So there's a true donut shop in West Fargo called Sandy's Donuts. And whenever I haven't been there early in the morning in a long time, but I mean every once in a while, like on a Sunday morning, I drive out there and get donuts, and sometimes I drag my son along with me, and we just drive to Sandy's Donuts and go get a dozen donuts and come home. But I remember no matter what I did, whenever I came in, there was the same group of like 7 to 9 old men sitting at one of the tables, you know, probably just complaining about the government full time, drinking coffee, eating their donut, and
Complain about the government.
government, yeah.
There's a lot to
Um,
complain about these days.
yeah, well, there's lots to complain about, but we're not gonna go there.
Good.
My what was I gonna say? Oh, so I'm a big believer in the fact that when people say things like, "Oh, it's like they don't make good TV shows anymore," or they don't,
Really?
people like will say things like that, like, you know, or they don't make music like I liked, you know, and or they
I would
like
agree with that.
D&D is nothing like I want. And I'm a big believer of no, it's just it's different. And you know, when you're in your teens and your 20s, you kind of learn what you like, and they don't keep making that stuff, you know, because it doesn't stay the test of time. You know, they'll yeah, so and I'm a big believer of that. But I might be wrong here. I firmly believe that movies are way worse now than like when we watched tons of movies in like the 80s and 90s.
I agree with that 100%.
I am not saying that good movies don't still come out. I think I think there are lots of movies that still come out that are really really good. But it most of it is like kind of garbage. You know, I mean it just it's it's
Can
either
you in Rotten Tomatoes, can you bring up like the top movies of 2024 sorted by
well
like
but so
rating?
so I was gonna do that, but the problem with that is that you it doesn't because the top movies are like critically acclaimed or whatever, right? You know, so it's like, oh, it isn't like the movies that are coming out. Like, for example, there um there is a movie called Robot Dreams, and I don't want to tell you anything about it. I just if you have Hulu, you can watch it. I didn't even know it existed.
Is this a
Somebody said
theatrical release?
this is it came out in 2023.
I see that.
I never even knew it existed. It is a cartoon,
Yep.
and it's called Robot Dreams. And it is about a dog who's lonely who
Befriends a robot.
orders a robot friend,
Okay.
and they become like best friends.
Yep.
There is no music. There's tons of music, but there's no words
No dialogue.
said. And like it is beautiful. It is touching. It is heave cry. You know,
Yeah.
just like you know, it's the first 10 minutes of Up, you know,
Over and over.
magnified over an hour and a half.
That's so crushing. I hate the first 10 minutes of Up.
Yeah,
Awful.
but it is so good, and it is like it makes you feel like a human being when you watch it, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Um, I
I really like the English Patient. Oh my God. So great. Anyway,
but yeah, so that's like one of like I looked at what are the top movies of the 2020s, and like that's one of them. People saying, "Oh, you've got to watch this movie. It's just amazing." And I
okay.
was like, "All right, I'm up late. I'll watch this." And then I watched it, and I was just like it completely and totally, yeah, it stayed with me forever.
Dude,
But and I would suggest to anybody if you've never heard of it, um, go watch Robot Dreams.
sure.
Uh, and like yeah, I mean it's like it also teaches that you got to pay attention. Like and the animation is just absolutely perfect. It's beautiful. Um, yeah, go watch Robot Dreams. But like for example, that's like what people are considering. Oh, that's one of the best movies, but nobody's ever heard of it, right? So it's the movies that actually get produced and made. There are exceptions like Dune 2, you know, great movies. Um, like for I just, but I think back to like the 80s. Like here is the like according to Rolling Stone, the top 100 movies of the 80s. We'll just start at number one and work our way back. Do the Right Thing, 1989. Uh,
Yeah.
Videodrome, which is a really weird
Eh,
movie, but you know, number two,
that's number
Raging
two. According
Raging
to Rolling
Bull,
Stone.
Raging Bull, number
Videodrome?
three, Blue Velvet, number 4.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Um,
Agree.
Ron, which is Akira Kurosawa.
Ariane.
Yeah,
Yep.
Ran, 19. Depends on
Never
how you.
saw it. I never saw it.
Good. It's really good. Um, I've seen Showa, which is like this 9.5 hour long documentary about the Holocaust. It's not an easy
I've
watch,
not
but
seen it.
one of my in my film class in college, we watched it over like the course of like a week. So I've seen it. Blade Runner, number 7.
Yes.
Stranger Than Paradise, number 8.
What's
Uh,
Stranger Than Paradise?
Stranger in Paradise is American independent movement established an early beachhead with Jim Jarmusch's sublime tale of 3 offbeat individuals. It's definitely worth watching if you like Jim
Never
Jarmusch. If
saw
you
it.
don't like Jim Jarmusch, you'll hate it.
What's a Jim
Um,
Jarmusch movie?
I mean that's a Jim Jarmusch movie, but I mean Jim Jarmusch just makes weird stuff. That's just what he
I guess I
does.
don't know him that well.
Dead Man was another one of his movies. What was that movie with
Broken Flowers, Paterson, and Only
yep,
Lovers Left Alive is it's what he's known.
Ghost Dog,
Oh
Ghost
yeah,
Dog the Way of the
I
Samurai.
like Ghost Dog a lot.
Yeah.
I would say Ghost Dog is amazing.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I mean check that out.
The Thin Blue Line, 1988.
Never saw it. It's a documentary, right?
Yep, and it's super good. Uh,
This movie list seems a little pretentious, but
it is a little pretentious. It's Rolling Stone. What do you
yeah,
expect?
sure.
Raiders of the Lost Ark, number 10.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
Sex, Lies, and Videotape, number 11.
I never
Uh,
did see that. Or no, I have seen that.
yeah, The
The Six
Thing.
Light Videotapes 2, we didn't think.
The
The Thing,
Thing,
yeah,
number
amazing.
12.
One of the best movies ever made.
Yeah. Brazil.
One of the best movies ever made. I love Brazil. Everything about it.
Yeah.
And I like the sad ending better.
Yes.
The sad
Yes.
ending is like mind blowing. You're like,
It
what
is.
is this movie?
Ooh.
The little
It's
happy go
like
lucky movie is like, that's not the movie.
what was that name of the movie where the women get stuck in the cave and they're being chased by the monsters? Why can't I remember the name of that movie?
Stuck in the cave and get chased by the.
It's like this group of 4 women. They're like, oh, it's like a celebration to like there's the one that like she's dealing with like I think one of her children died or something like that, or her daughter died or something. So like they bring her to like we're gonna go and like go spelunking in this cave, for just to get your mind off of it. And
It's not ringing a
they
bell.
oh man, I can't remember the Descent. That's what it's
Oh,
called,
I
The
never saw
Descent.
that. I never saw that.
Well, so that's got 2 endings, right?
Oh, they
It's
have two ending version.
they have a 2 ending version,
Is
and
there one where they survive and one where they don't?
yeah,
Okay.
there's basically like the happy ending,
Well, there's a
and
Brazil happy ending.
well, I know, and I've seen it. Well, so like in
That's why you got to get the
and
director's cut and see the real ending.
yeah, and this and the like the sad ending sticks with you with The Descent because it's like, well, should I do a
Well,
spoiler
don't
or
no,
no?
don't do a spoiler because
Okay,
I might
okay.
watch it. I get it
Well,
though.
there you go.
Of course, the sad ending is going to stick with you more because
It's sad.
that's unexpected. The
Uh,
Brazil ending is very unexpected.
yes. All right. The Shining,
Yes, amazing,
Raising Arizona,
amazing.
Say Anything.
Yeah, fine.
I mean, it's fine. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
I
people.
mean, it's one of those movies that like it was cool back in the day, but I don't know if it holds up.
There are a lot of people that hold like Say Anything up to be this like perfect like.
I don't agree, but yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
and I just like he kind of stalked her is like my
Kinda.
attitude with that one too. Yeah. Um, Something Wild
I don't
with
know.
Jeff Daniels and was it Melanie Griffith or whatever?
I don't know something wild.
It's a crazy movie. It's it's worth a watch. Blowout,
I have
which I
never.
just rewatched because if you have
Is
Amazon Prime,
Blowout is Blowout John Travolta?
yes,
It's great.
it
It's
is
so
so
good.
good. It
It's
is
so good.
so good. It
How
is
did John
so
Travolta? I don't know. Whatever. I don't know what
even with
happened.
John Travolta, it doesn't make any sense. And then with John Lithgow, I mean, just like
It's so good.
oh, it's so good. If you
Like,
have if you have a Prime.
why is there not like a Blowout anymore? Like, where are those kind of movies? They're just
Exactly.
not
But
there.
here's so just if nobody knows what we're talking about with Blowout, really, really, really good movie. Go into it blind. It
For
is
Jeff.
on It is on Amazon Prime. You can watch it if you have Amazon Prime. It's on
Is it
Prime
hold
Video.
up?
It does.
I haven't watched it in a while.
I just rewatched it, and I was like,
Because there
uh,
might be, I could see it maybe not holding up potentially, but
that's probably De Palma's best movie, in my
okay.
opinion. In my opinion. All right.
I like what's that one with Melanie Griffith I like with De Palma?
Is that the one where
Body
the
Double?
body double? Body double.
Yeah,
That's a
I like
crazy
Body Double
movie.
quite a lot. It's a crazy movie, but I think it's pretty good too.
And it works on a lot of
Oh,
different levels,
and
and it's
then
tough
Dress
to
to Kill.
follow it.
It's not a De Palma movie.
Dress to Kill is
I
also
like
very
all
good.
those movies.
Yeah.
Those are
Yeah.
sick movies, but I like them.
Okay. An American Werewolf in London
Scared the shit out of me as a kid.
scared the
My
shit out of me
God.
too. Oh my
Especially the
God.
nightmare part.
The nightmare where
The double nightmare.
the weird
My
monsters
God.
show up with the
So
Nazis and
scary.
killing everybody in the
So
family. Oh my God.
so
It's just
scary. Like now today, I think we'd be like, oh, this is silly. Right.
yeah.
But when we were kids, man, oh my God, that hit hard.
And the ending was really good. The ending is so good. Like when she like goes down
Could
there
be a
and
kid is not a fan of Dress to Kill.
oh, just walking down there and saying David, just like
Yeah, yeah.
you're just like, oh, I mean, just that whole thing too of like, like being thrown out of the tavern at the beginning, and oh man, just good
Oh
stuff.
man. American Werewolf scared the shit out of me as a kid.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it just
Nightmares for sure.
yeah. The Right Stuff. Great
I love
movie.
that movie.
Yeah, I do
Everything
too.
about it.
Um, it's a little off the beaten path, but Paris, Texas.
Not ringing a bell. I don't think I've seen
Yeah,
it.
I mean, um,
Is that oh, who did is it? That's not the guy who did MASH, is it?
Harry Dean Stanton is the lead.
No, I don't think I've seen it.
Worth a watch.
Who's the director?
Um, Let me see here.
Wim Wenders.
Sam Shepard, written by Sam Shepard, directed by
Wim
Wim
Wenders.
Wenders. Yeah, there you go.
Which I guess that's probably one of his best numbers.
Now that I'm thinking of these things, I'm just gonna see what year this movie was. 1996. It was 90. You know what movie is like? I forget that it exists, and then I remember it is, and it's like, and when I immediately remember it, I'm like, that's one of my favorite movies of all time. Like if I have a top 10 where it just gets shuffled
Sitting
around,
there.
the movie Lone Star, 1996. I'll talk about it in a little bit, but just here, I want to get through this list here. RoboCop at number 25.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing.
Yeah, the king of
Lone
comedy.
Star.
I read a thing about the RoboCop, how like getting it made every single time they went in to get money, people were like, "This sounds great. This is a great idea." And they're like, "What's the name?" And they're like, "RoboCop." And they're like, "We got to get it on the name." Just like it's
No,
like
no,
this
Lone
is
Star.
great.
I like Chris
But
Cooper though.
yeah, king of comedy.
Yeah, I think it didn't hit for me at the time, but I
Well,
guess
the
I
movie
recognize
Joker never would have been made if it wasn't the king of comedy.
probably so. But I think King of Comedy did it better.
Yeah, it did. E.T. the Extraterrestrial,
Love
The
it.
Terminator.
Yeah, of course. Amazing.
This is Spinal Tap,
That's pretty great too. I like that
Yep.
too.
Repo Man,
It's good.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yeah, so good. I watch Fat Time so much.
Oh yeah, the pool,
The
man,
moan.
the pool.
Oh, the pool scene? Sure.
And I love the fact that at the very end when he's gonna head out to party and Mr. Hand shows up, he's like, "You've wasted exactly
Yeah.
yeah,
14 hours and we're gonna make it all up now.
just makes him sit there, won't let him leave."
Yeah, that's, yeah. Fast Times is a good movie. Like
Yeah.
I don't think I feel like Fast Times cannot be made these days.
No,
Fast Times is super intense. There's so
Yeah.
many things in that are just like, what? So many
Yeah.
things.
They Live.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the movie. I like parts of They Live, but I think
Yeah.
overall it's not great.
Yep, I agree.
It's cheesy.
Yeah, it's cheese, but it's good. Uh, Risky Business.
I like Risky Business quite a bit.
Yep, great movie. Which one of you is the U-boat commander? they haul
Yeah.
they haul the Porsche out of the water. Are you an Ingmar Bergman fan?
I don't know if I really know Ingmar Bergman.
Yeah, if you're not, yeah, then you're not going to understand Fanny and Alexander. But if you're an Ingmar
No,
Bergman fan,
I like Fanny and Alexander.
yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah.
Okay. The Empire Strikes Back, 1980.
Favorite
You know,
songs.
yeah,
Hey, Matt.
I mean, yeah. The Elephant Man.
You know, and I need to go back and watch that because I think I watched it when I was a kid and didn't get it.
Yeah.
Because that's a black and white and kind of weird and just, and it isn't it shot like it's not shot in letterbox. It's more like a. I need to go back and watch it.
Um,
That was Anthony Hopkins.
yes, and he was fantastic and
Yeah,
young.
I need to go back and watch that.
Uh, Not my favorite Miyazaki movie,
Miyazaki.
but My Neighbor Totoro.
I've
Very
not
good.
seen that. I've never seen it.
It's very good. I mean, Miyazaki's just good. I mean, he's just
I
makes
call
great
it
movies.
Miyazaki.
Okay.
I don't know if
Thank you.
that's correct.
I don't know. One of us
Mia
is
or
right,
Maya.
and
One of us is
I'm
right.
sure
We're
Kabuki
probably
Kid
both
will
wrong. We're probably both wrong.
Kabuki Kid will chastise one of us.
Do you know how Miyazaki is pronounced, Matt?
Pardon?
Do you know
What?
how Miyazaki is pronounced?
Who is that?
The director?
No.
It's
No.
like Hayao Miyazaki.
If you don't know it, don't worry about it.
I think it's Hayao Miyazaki or whatever.
Sure.
Why don't you Google it?
You could
Well,
say how to
because
pronounce.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
sometimes
not, it's because it's not, like absolutely necessary. So, Kabuki just said if she pushed her glasses up on her nose. I don't know for sure, but I heard it the way Aldi says it.
Miyazaki.
All right. So that was Reds, 1981.
I always meant to watch that.
Watch it.
Warren Beatty, right?
Warren Beatty. Yep, absolutely.
It's good.
And
I
Diane
love
Keaton.
the Warren Beatty movie where he's the politician. What is that movie? What is that movie?
What are you guys talking about, by the way?
Just movies of the 80s.
We're talking
Best-
about why
best movies
movies.
That
of the
is so strange.
It is?
I just came from, we had a non-D&D session tonight. I played D&D, but we just ended up, we hadn't seen each other in a few weeks, so we just ended up just gabbing. And we
80s
ended
movies?
with like a half an hour of talking about 80s movies because
Oh, you're prime then. We're ready to roll.
Tim made a list of movies that he wanted to watch with his wife that he'd never seen. And there were some like bangers on there. Like he started off with Heathers. I'm like, you haven't seen Heathers?
Yeah, Heather's is
Then Goonies was, I'm like, Tim,
Yeah.
come
yeah,
on.
sure. I mean, I guess for adults, I don't know if it hits us hard.
Well, he's older than I am, but
Maybe.
anyway.
I mean, it's worth watching, but I don't know if
Yeah.
it hits as hard.
What are we talking about? Blue Velvet?
Yes, Blue Velvet is so great and so weird.
Hold on, I'm responding to a text from
Bullworth, yes,
just-
thanks, Kabuki.
we'll put a pause. So
I love
hi, Matt.
Bullworth.
Hi, Lance.
Hey,
Is Lance your full name or is it a nickname?
It's just Lance.
That's a lot.
Lance Christopher Mikester is my full God-given name.
Where does Mikester hail from?
It is a Norwegian name.
Which is, hence the Viking. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's very few of us. There's
he runs
30 of us in the world.
30.
That's why when my son was born, my father took me aside and he said, "You've done your part."
Did he really do that?
Yeah, he absolutely did. He had 4 sons.
Bloodline
so-
has
That is
progressed.
fantastic.
My bloodline will be gone. My side of the family.
Yeah, likewise.
time to adopt.
Well, actually, my sister had a boy.
Yeah, me and my brother, no kids.
Has a boy. He's not dead. Has a boy.
All right, where are we?
Sorry, I'm replying to a
Reds.
text.
Have you ever seen Reds, Matt?
I have once a long time ago. Was Taps part of the 80s?
Yes, but that was not. They're not related.
How about Stripes?
Yeah, Stripes a great comedy. I think that was 70s, wasn't it? Or was that
No, that's
my-
80s.
80s movie? Was it 80s? Oh, I love Stripes so much.
Yeah, Stripes is excellent.
You know, I want to say some lines in that from that movie, but I'm not going to say them.
Yeah. Uh, Top Secret,
You know, I have never seen Top Secret.
Real Genius.
I love Real Genius. Real Genius. I remember when I first got my VCR as a kid. I recorded Real Genius, from like cable.
Yeah.
Then I watched it over and over and over again. So
Nice. Mask with
yeah, I mean, I
Cher.
don't. Yeah, it's okay. I
All
don't.
right.
I never connected with Mask.
Back to the list. We're at number 42. This is Rolling Stone's top 100 movies.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I
So
got you.
and we're working
You're actually
backwards
going by
from
a
one.
list.
So Pee-wee's Big Adventure at
I
42.
never got into
Pretty
Pee-wee.
good. Oh, that's
Yeah.
worth watching probably. It's so
Uh,
goofy. It's just yeah, it's so Pee-wee.
Yeah, I never really watched the show or got into.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't know it at all, maybe it's not worth watching, but I feel like it's still probably worth watching.
Yeah.
The Road Warrior, better or as known as Mad Max 2.
Never
Everywhere,
Yeah.
Road Warrior is great.
That's great.
There are
I don't
two.
know if it holds up though.
It does. I just rewatched it. Well, it did for me anyway. There are
It
two.
does.
There are
For
two
me.
moments in the Road Warrior that I have to stop. Like I just can't watch it. One,
But
well, it's just one is like with his dog, which sucks. And the second is when the last of the interceptors, when his car gets destroyed. It's just like because his car is so effing cool and it gets destroyed and you're just like, oh, he has like the best car ever, and it's just like, but
yeah, I don't know
man,
if I have that much attachment to it. I
oh,
like
the
the movie
Road
though. I
Warrior
think the
car
movie's
is
amazing, but I don't. I watch it. I think I watched it in the past 5 years, and I thought it was just okay. Like everything in Fury
just
Road.
walk away, take
Yeah.
Lord Humongous.
Humongous is the humongous.
It is
Yeah,
so
no, I love
over
it.
the
No,
top.
those parts are great. I think as a whole, though, it doesn't hold up compared to like Fury Road
My
and
typing is too loud. Let me know.
Well, Fury Road is
Furiosa.
like
it's so perfect to me. The Fury Road and the Furiosa.
well, okay, so it goes like this for me. It goes Fury Road, Road Warrior, Mad Max, Furiosa, Beyond Thunderdome. But I can watch
I mean,
any of them.
I love Beyond Thunderdome. I know people hate it. I feel
I
like
like
it's
Beyond
so good.
Thunderdome.
There's so many great things in Beyond Thunderdome, though.
Master Blaster.
Oh my god, it's so
Robert
great.
Purdon says Jaws might be number one. I hope that's a 70s movie. So I hope
Well,
you're
that's
not
a
saying
70s,
this.
70s.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. After Hours, 1985.
Who's in that?
Never seen that one.
It's a Martin Scorsese, kind of a black comedy. And I can't remember the guy's name that played the
Yeah,
lead.
I think I know who's in it, but I just don't
Yeah.
like to.
Once Upon a Time in America. Sergio
I couldn't
Leone's
watch it.
last movie.
It just didn't work for me.
Yeah. I
Too
mean,
long.
it's a long movie. It's super long.
Griffin Dunn.
Oh, I like Griffin Dunn.
It's like almost 4 hours long.
Yeah,
Once Upon
I
a Time
couldn't
in
stick with
America.
it. It wasn't for me. Now, I do like his other movies.
Yeah.
Good, Bad, and the Ugly, right?
Good than the other.
That's one of the best. But that's not an 80s movie.
All right, here we go. Number 47. Just rewatched this with my son. The Blues Brothers.
Yeah, it's good.
It's okay.
Oh, shut your
It's good.
mouth. Just okay.
I watched
First of all,
For me, it's
it's a
just okay.
musical. It's a musical.
I know.
You don't
boring.
realize it, but it's a musical.
I know it's a musical.
But you don't realize it. You're watching it. It's one of the.
I realized it because I watched it recently, so I know.
But the thing about it is when you're watching it, it doesn't feel like a musical. Yes, it is preposterous that all of a sudden, like if a guy's saying, I'm gonna go travel with the band, and his wife's saying, no, you gotta stay here and help me out. In real life, they wouldn't break out into song and to discuss it, right? No. But it's so seamless, and it's like, well, we have Aretha Franklin, why wouldn't we have her sing? That kind of thing. So I don't know. It's just it's so good.
I don't have as much nostalgia for it.
We just watched Saturday Night.
Same. Pretty
Very
good, right?
good. I
Were
really
you happy with
enjoyed
that? I think it was. I was too. I thought it was really good.
No.
It's so
I
fun, and it
thought,
was like fun to figure out who was who.
well, I thought the guy that played Chevy
Yeah,
was the guy. Do you ever watch Big Bang Theory?
No.
sometimes.
You know Penny's dumb boyfriend that she has for a while? I thought
Uh,
it was that actor, but it's not. It was the actor that played Edward Nygma on Gotham.
I don't know it.
Anyways, I'm like, I
But
recognize
yeah,
this
I
guy,
thought
but
the show
no,
was good though.
it was fantastic. It was very
Yeah,
good.
there was lots of good fun stuff in that show.
Yeah.
If you're a Saturday Night Live fan, it's worth
It
watching.
kind of doesn't stop. It goes for 2 hours straight. And
Yeah,
you're
it's
like,
it's almost like a one take show.
yeah, yeah, it was really good.
Uh Fitzcarraldo. Crazy movie.
Don't know that one.
What?
What's it called?
Fitzcarraldo. Crazy
How do you
movie.
spell it?
Fitzcarraldo. If you've never seen it, you've heard the premise. We're going to haul this steamship over a mountain. And that's
No,
what.
never heard of this
Oh,
one.
really? Oh, Werner Herzog.
1982.
Oh, Werner Herzog? Okay.
Yeah.
Cloud Kinski and Claudia Cardinale.
Yeah, it's an insane movie.
What? That's on their list. You've seen it?
I've seen it, yeah. Yeah, I remember I
Okay.
worked at a video store for like, a couple of years, man.
Sure.
I mean,
I used to go to Blockbuster and spend 2 hours there and then come home with no movie because I could not find one
I
that
have done that too.
I hadn't seen.
Yeah,
yeah,
when
we, I
there's
mean,
like, and there's nothing on the shelf, you can take, like, they have 92 empty boxes on the shelf that you can't.
Yeah.
So annoying.
like I said, I could tell stories for days of the insanity and the people that I would see like in there, so, but all right, Aliens, 1986.
Yep.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a great movie. Um, this is a movie that I didn't know about, and I only watched it like 5 years ago, and that was called It's Thief. Michael Mann. His first
I've
movie.
been wanting to watch that.
Thief?
Wait,
James Caan, right?
James Caan, Tangerine Dream did the
Oh yeah, no, I need to watch that. That's going up the list.
yeah, Thief is great. It's so good.
Do not know.
Sophie's Choice.
Yeah.
Never
I
seen
mean, you should watch it, but I can't imagine watching that movie more than once.
Watch it again.
Yeah. Roger and Me.
Yeah.
We
I like
had
it.
that at a funny story about that. We had that at the movie theater that I worked at. And what we had to do when it was released, what we had to do is take two stanchions and put them and reserve. And it came with this sign that says, this these seats are reserved for Roger, whatever.
Yeah. The CEO of
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah,
General Motors or whatever it was.
yeah. I still remember the
I'm
line from that
curious
movie
if
where they're
Roger
talking to
Moore will
the.
do another documentary. I feel like I think something needs to be done.
Oh yeah, totally.
I mean, we're in the process of living in this documentary to be
He better
watched.
do one. But I still remember one line from that Roger Me movie where they talk to the lady who has the rabbits.
Oh
The
yeah.
Rabbit Lady.
She's like, you the sign that she had beside her from like for pets or food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? There was something I watched before the election was Fahrenheit 11/9.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
I never watched it, and I'm like,
I haven't seen Sicko either.
I've seen most of his stuff. Fahrenheit 9/11, Fahrenheit 11/9, Bowling for Columbine. Yeah. Anyway,
That I did see. That was scary. So, oh, never mind. This is not for public. I'll tell you
Something.
after.
Okay. All right. Big.
yeah.
Tom
Yeah,
Hanks. Yeah.
good movie. Iconic.
Iconic. Absolutely iconic.
That
You know,
that one
the one line. So that movie came out. Guess what year Big came out? Both of you.
1988.
84.
88 is correct.
Good job.
So he's like 12, 13 or whatever. I forget how old he's supposed to be. Right.
Yeah, something like that.
And he has that moment when, like, because he he's too young to understand that he's in love with that girl, but like, but she's like, and it's weird that she's like in love with him and everything like that. And so he finds the thing so he can wish himself back to being normal, right?
Yep.
And he said, "You can come with me," meaning like she could wish to be young again. And she said, I forget what the line is, but basically he's something along the lines like, it's like, I would never go back and live through that again. Like basically like saying, oh,
Yeah, what did she say though? She says something like,
yeah, she says something about like, it's like I can't do that. I can't do that again, or I can't.
no, I thought it had a different connotation. Maybe.
No, I mean, but the idea, what I got from it was that like, she knows just like how tough it is to grow up or whatever, and like, um, here, hold on.
But
And
doesn't
like,
it end with her doing that exact thing though?
no, she leaves and like, and then they like it ends with him going into his mom's house. And mom, are you here? And then like, yeah, and then she's like, and you hear his mom start to cry,
Uh,
and just like, because because they thought he had been abducted,
uh-huh.
or and then he's home, and so, um here, I pull up the quotes on IMDb. Maybe they have this in here.
Excuse me. Hey Lance, are you going to Gamma?
No. My boss will be there, but you can say hi to him. Let me see here.
I forget what he looks like. I haven't even seen him on the album forever.
All he said is no. I'm waiting. Um, can't find the quote.
I'm gonna find it.
Yeah,
What was it? The Zoltar scene?
Zoltar. Well, let's see here. Kamiki Kid, I love the movie Burbs. It's fantastic. Anybody who says differently is
That's the
stupid.
one with Tom Hanks and
Yeah, Rick Ducommun and oh, why can't I think of the guy with the gray hair who looked old, but he wasn't even old back then. Uh, um, oh, Josh, here it is. She's like, no, it's just because here it is. It's like, I've been trying, I've been thinking about it, but there's a million reasons for me to go home, but there's only one reason for me to stay. And she says, what reason is that? Well, it's you. He says that. Um, man, I wish I could
I'm gonna
find
find it.
that.
I'm looking at the script.
just type it into fucking ChatGPT and it'll tell you.
Yeah, it's not on the quotes page on IMDb. So, Bruce Dern was in was played the old
Oh, I
guy.
like Bruce Dern.
Okay, one second. I apologize. I sent another text.
One of my favorite 80s movies was Digstown.
Great movie. Uh, he conned me fair and square. Uh, um, dang it. I gotta send this text. I apologize again. So,
I don't think the script I found is correct.
well, anyway, it just it like it didn't mean anything, but as I got older, it meant more. Is my whole point to that whole thing. Anyway, so that was big. Purple Rain. I only seen it once, but yeah, good. Um, My Dinner with Andre.
Never saw it.
Mm. It's
Yeah, that's all right.
it's good. It's yeah, yeah. Just yeah, just go ahead and watch that. It's like it's one of those like
The
slice of life things.
conversation movie.
Yeah, but it's a really good conversation. It's so weird. Bull Durham, great baseball movie.
I believe in long white kisses that last 3 days. I believe leave Harvey Oswald out it alone.
Yeah,
Great fucking movie.
yeah, it is a good movie. And yeah, just like you know, just can you believe this? Guy's throwing a 2-hit shutout. And now he's waving me off. It's like, here comes a curveball, Eddie. when you speak for me, speak well. It's like, he goes, it's like you told him I was going to throw a curveball. I told him you were going to throw a curveball.
Yeah.
All right. Evil Dead 2,
That was good.
1987. Broadcast news. I went to go see that at the Fargo Theater. They had a Oscar night when they played 5 Oscar movies that were nominated for the best picture that year, and you can watch all 5 of them in a row. I made it through like 2 of them before I got bored and I left. But I
Who
did
was in
watch all.
that?
Albert Brooks, Holly Hunter, William Hurt,
Right.
and they're it's basically working for network news, and Albert Brooks is desperately in love with Holly Hunter, but he's like kind of he's the guy who knows what to say, how to say it, and how to present it, but he isn't good looking.
Holly
Yeah.
Hunter, what's she doing now?
I don't know. But
ChatGPT, Ollie, is ChatGPT working for you right now?
No, it's down.
Okay.
so I remember one of my favorite things, my favorite lines. I remember I laughed out loud in the very serious moment when they're laying everybody off at the station. Basically, like they're just making sweeping changes and changing everything at the for the news station, because it's like ABC or NBC News or whatever. And some like reporter that's like, obviously you can tell he's older. He's basically worked there for years, and then the guy's like, leading him out, and he says, it's like Henry or whatever the guy's name is. He's like, it's like, again, we're sorry about the changes, and if there's anything that I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask. And he goes, well, you could certainly die soon. Just loved it. And then he just left. This would be my top 10, but it isn't here because it's Akira, which is, I still watch Akira
God.
probably twice a year. Such a good movie.
I have not seen that one.
Oh man. I mean,
Yeah, it's worth watching.
I'm
oh,
not a big Japan anime.
don't you call it that. It is anime.
No, I mean Japan animation is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Not
is
Japanese
that.
animation,
It
not
has a
anime.
lot of that stuff in it. I would. Yeah, I think he has a point.
No, when you say Japanime, it's not Japanime, it's just
So it's
anime.
Japan animation. I'm not Japanese animation. I'm not a huge fan of Japanese animation.
Yeah, I mean, Akira is just transcends it though, man. It's got a lot of stuff going on.
I know an inordinate amount of trivia and data about it. I just never see it.
Back to the Future.
Yeah, good movie.
The Long Good Friday.
What's that?
Bob Hoskins plays a mobster, a London mobster, and very violent, very bloody,
Uh-huh.
lots of twists and turns. Good show.
There you go.
Desperately Seeking Susan.
Really?
It's been a long time since I've seen that, but I remember not
With
hating it.
Madonna?
Yeah, with Madonna. Yeah.
No, thanks.
Blood Simple.
I
The,
have
the the first, I mean, it isn't the first Coen Brothers movie, but it's like the one that put them on the map.
Mhm.
It has one of the best final lines in the movie.
La 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 la.
No, just like where he goes, um I forget what she says, I'm not afraid of you anymore. And he's like, well, when I get to hell, I'll be sure to tell him.
Thanks, Lance.
Well, no, it's like it's not, it's like that isn't, it's just a good final line, but it's not like the premise behind it is a complete and total
Okay.
surprise. So I mean, it's just a good last line. Caddyshack, 1980.
Yeah.
Judge, my father never liked you.
Ted Knight, man.
Ted
Fucking
Knight, brilliant.
gem of a man.
Just absolutely brilliant. Just, yeah, it's
Whether it
like,
was that or Mary Tyler Moore or fucking
or
Yeah.
even Too Close for Comfort.
Oh my God, Too Close for Comfort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My man John Woo, The Killer, 1989. A lot of people say Hard Boiled is the better movie. Depends on the day for me. So, if you haven't watched these, then you don't know what I'm talking about. Aldi, do you know these movies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the last line here. I'm watching the.
Oh, geez. Okay,
I
well,
pulled up the movie. I'm watching it to the end here. Give me a second.
all right. Hold on. He's on a mission.
Are you hallucin
From
remembering?
God.
Um,
Maybe you could come with me, he says. She says no and laughs. And he goes, why not? I've been there before. And she laughs. It's hard enough the first time.
yep. There you go.
That's it.
It's hard enough the first
You
time.
know what I mean? That's what she says. No, you don't know what I mean. And he shrugs his shoulders.
No, I
Whatever. Come on. Okay, that's it. And then
Well,
she
yeah,
drives him,
but-
and then
but
she
I-
drives him home, and then he turns into a kid.
yeah. But no, I mean that's one
Yeah,
of those
no, I
things.
like The Killer. Hard boiled.
Yeah.
A lot of doves, a lot of guns.
Yeah, a lot of doves, a lot of
A lot of
guns.
doves, a lot of guns.
But The Killer's good.
A lot of jumping and shooting.
Yeah. 48 hours.
Yes, that's a good one.
Eddie
It's like
Murphy, Nick
Eddie
Nolte.
Murphy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys
That's like a rated R too, right? Like a kind of
Oh,
hard.
that is that
That's a hard
sticks the
R.
R. That's
That's a
sticks
hard
the
R,
It's a
That is
hard R.
hard R.
Yeah.
When
None
they're
of this NC-17 shit.
no, when he's like sitting there and he goes, tells Nick Nolte, hey, Nick, tell me a story. Fuck you. That's my favorite. That's so good. Yeah, they stick the R pretty hard on that one. Ghostbusters, 1984. And
I saw that.
I
Yeah,
will
sure.
die. I will die on this hill. Ghostbusters is a perfect movie. There isn't.
Almost.
What is? I mean,
There's
not
a couple things.
There's
Whatever.
a.
I'm not gonna talk. I don't want to
Well,
say.
I understand. I could probably guess where you're going with it.
Yeah,
Like
there's some problematic stuff in there.
That might have been the very first LP I ever bought.
Yeah.
And I remember buying the LP at Rito Center and then sitting down on a bench in the mall and then walked away and like, oh crap, my record. And I went back and it
You
was
left it?
gone.
No.
So I
And
had
you couldn't-
enough
you
money
couldn't
to
afford to buy
buy
another
it
one?
again
My God.
because it was like $9.99 or something like that. And I bought it again and I just didn't let go of that thing until I got home on the bus. Yeah, I was pretty crestfallen after coming back and seeing it gone.
Yeah.
Is Ghostbusters 2? I mean, I liked it, but I think it wasn't as good as the first one.
Oh no, it wasn't.
Like Ghostbusters 1 is like the best part of Ghostbusters ever. It's never been matched.
No.
I even watched that one that they did with the kids, and it's just
It's not bad.
it's not bad, but it's not
I
good.
didn't watch the second one of it though.
Yeah, it didn't with the frozen guy and the fire guy,
Uh-huh.
with
Yeah.
the lighter. Like it's so dumb. I don't know. I just didn't think it was that great.
Drugstore Cowboy, 1989.
Never
Gus
saw
Van
it.
Sant. Oh man. Well, again, this is my working at a video store job. Like
Yeah.
you end up watching everything. Drugstore Cowboy is a good movie. Here's Heather's at number 76.
Yeah. Maybe we can
You
knock
went
it
up or
into-
down?
He's
We're
going up, but
we
it's
started at 1 and we
started
moved
at
up.
1.
Oh,
I guess we're
okay.
going down.
Yeah.
We're not going up to 1.
So, do you remember when in the 80s, or not the 80s, in the 90s, that the Jackie Chan movie Rumble in the Bronx got released in the
Yeah.
US? And then everybody
Yeah.
like it was like, who is this guy? So then all of a sudden it was like, go back and watch all the old.
Chris Tucker?
No, Jackie Chan.
But
Rumble.
wasn't
That's
was
Rush
Chris
Hour.
Tucker? Oh, that was Rush Hour.
So Rumble in the Bronx was like
I
the first
remember
one, and they
I
showed
remember
him doing like like they show him doing the stunt where he's on like the top of a building or whatever, and he runs and he jumps across the street and lands on the balcony across, and there's no net, there's nothing. You can see that like
Oh
if
yeah, the
he
Jackie Chan movies are just like they show all the outtakes and
yeah,
the falls, and it's like, how is this
but
man still alive?
yeah, so Police Story was his like it was the movie that he said it almost killed him. Like there was the one movie that like where there's like this scene where like for some reason in the story he's at the top of this mall and the people are escaping down below. And so he has to like basically like it's like I don't know if it's like there was like it's like a holiday or what the reason was, but there's like basically this like basically this fireman's pole that's like from the bottom to all the way to the top, and it's like ringed with electric lights and stuff like that. And so because he has to get down, he jumps from the top off this balcony, jumps onto the pole, and in live action slides down it, breaking all of these light bulbs. So like there's all these he basically falls 4 stories and like and he landed and like he said like it like to do it.
That sounds painful.
Yeah. So anyway, Police Story. Go watch that just for that stunt alone, but it's still a pretty good movie. Number 79, Full Metal Jacket. Basically, 2 separate movies in one movie because like the training and then when they finally get to Vietnam. That's an intense movie and not my favorite Stanley Kubrick, but that's good. River's
Yeah, no, I like
Edge.
Full Metal Jacket.
River's Edge.
Yeah, it's a weird one, man.
That is a super.
What was that guy? I mean, it was Keanu, and then
And then
what was his name? What's his name from
um
Back to the Future?
yeah, Crispin Glover. Yep.
Crispin Glover. So bizarre.
He is quite. You ever see Willard?
Yes.
I never saw Willard.
Oh, it's the bizarre movie.
So River's Edge. That's super weird too.
Yeah, that's
Because
super
like
weird.
because he's like, oh yeah, I killed my girlfriend. And they're like, no, you didn't. And they're all
Yeah,
like, and then like he brings them out to
Ione's
like
guy.
yeah, he just brings them
Keanu.
out to see the body. It's like, yeah, there she is.
Oh, Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper, who
That
like
movie's really weird.
and yeah, doesn't yeah, Dennis Hopper like dances with a blow
Yeah,
up
he has
sex
a
doll at
mannequin.
one point. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
it's just
it was a sex doll.
yeah, it was just weird.
It's just lots of weirdness in that movie.
Lots of weirdness. Hollywood Shuffle, which
Oh,
Robert
Hollywood Shuffle.
Townsend, which was like the how to like basically this weird indie movie about trying to get a movie made. And like it was like kind of satirical.
I don't think I knew that one. I like the player.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
That is a
Number
good-
With
83.
Tim Robbins.
Yeah.
Good fucking movie.
Yeah, I've watched that
83,
movie many times.
The Little Mermaid.
Sure.
I think that
Under the
movie has the most
sea.
cameos as a record. Set a record for the most
At the
cameos.
time, probably.
Yeah. Little Mermaid. I saw that 6 times in the theater, and 3 of them were on dates with different people.
You player.
I worked at a
Little-
movie theater.
The Little Mermaid was your MO.
Well, I don't know. It was a good movie. The freaking soundtrack.
You want to
was
go
amazing.
see The Little Mermaid? That's cute.
The soundtrack was still one of my favorite soundtracks.
That's a good
Under
movie.
the sea.
That's a good movie.
Yeah.
All right. Still holds up. I just rewatched this. Midnight Run with Robert De Niro and Charles
Never
Grodin.
saw it. Never
Mhm.
saw that one.
Oh my
Charles
god.
Grodin.
Do I have to watch that?
Guy always.
Yes, you
bugged
do.
me.
It's such
Okay.
a I mean,
Midnight Run, and what was the other one? Thief.
thief.
Thief, Midnight Run, and I think I gotta watch. There was something else we talked about. Sorcerer.
Yes, you have to watch Sorcerer.
Evan was trying to tell me. Evan Derek was trying to tell me to watch Barbarian.
Conan?
No, it's a horror movie.
Barbarian? Never heard of
Yeah.
it.
He said it's really good. He's a big horror fan, Evan.
Barbarian.
And we were just talking about it tonight, actually, at D&D.
Is he part of your group?
Pardon?
Is he part of your group?
No, Evan's in Tennessee.
Oh.
But he told me to watch it back at QsCon last year.
Oh yeah, this is more modern.
Yeah.
It's from 2022.
Yeah.
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 I got an
Is that the
angle.
Is that the list?
No, I'm still texting. I'm
Okay.
trying to organize my son's D&D group this weekend at the Gathering of Vikings. So I'm talking to parents. They're like,
Oh,
well, how
yeah.
do we get
You
out
all set
there?
up
How do
for
we?
that?
Yeah. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, number 85.
Yeah, it was okay.
Yeah. Um,
Focus.
I finally reached one that like I don't Atlantic City, 1981.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Burt Lancaster is an aging numbers runner and unlikely mentor to a Canadian waitress, Susan Sarandon, who's looking for a way
What?
into the gambling business.
Don't know that one.
I have no
That's
idea.
a 1980 movie, by the way.
1981, it says in this
In a
list.
corrupt city, a small-time gangster and the estranged wife of a pot dealer find themselves thrown together in an escapade of love, money, drugs, and danger.
Brown cow.
It was nominated for 5 Oscars.
We haven't seen Anthony in a while.
He's working.
What's he doing?
Oh, I forget what company he's working for, but he works nights. So,
does he?
you know, he rarely is able to show up.
Hmm.
Amadeus.
Oh, yeah.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
F. Murray Abrams.
And I didn't see that till I think the 2000s or the 90s.
Yeah.
Like it bypassed me and I just never went back. And I finally saw it. I'm like, why did I not watch this movie earlier?
Tom Hulse is good in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good story. And the Salieri guy is good too. What's his name?
F. Murray Abraham.
F. Murray. Yeah. Abraham.
And like it totally took a lot of liberty. I mean that's
Of course. I mean, but that's awesome about it though. Like that's what I love about it. Even though it's sort of made up, but
It was like a skewed take on it, which was
it's a
cool.
skewed take, yeah, probably. But it's just so good.
The Cook, the Thief, the Wife, and her lover.
Her lover. Fucking
Yep.
awesome movie.
That's an interesting one. I saw
Yeah, it
that in
is.
college.
The Vanishing.
That freaked me out.
I've watched the remake and the original, and I think the remake is not as good as the original.
No, it is not as good.
Was that
But
with Jeff? That was with Jeff Bridges, right?
Yep. But the original is
Jeff Bridges,
1988, and that's like you can't.
Yeah, the original is more scary.
Yeah, it is more scary, and you can't give anything away or whatever. Nope. So we'll just move on. A movie I rewatched recently with my son, Airplane, 1980.
Don't Call Me Shirley.
Oh, this is so good. You know, just I was like, tell me when you see a joke, and he was like, hey, that doesn't make any sense. Hey, that doesn't make any sense. The shit's really gonna hit the fan. Johnny, what do you make out of this? Well, I can make a bird. I can make so good. One of my favorite vampire movies ever, Near Dark, 1987.
I do not know that movie.
Oh my gosh.
That's who was the director of that? The woman, the female director.
Catherine Bigelow?
Yeah, Bigelow.
Adrian Pasdar. He's Canadian.
Yeah, Bill Paxton, Lance Henriksen.
He's Canadian too.
That's worth watching.
Yeah, I mean, just I won't. This isn't giving anything away. A bunch of vampires who drive around in an RV, and then when the sun comes up, they just park on the side of the road and they put basically tinfoil over all the windows so the sun can't get in. And then they keep it, you know. And so then as soon as the sun goes down, then they drive and find some poor helpless fools to feast on, and then keep going.
I didn't realize that James Cameron suggested to hire his cast from Aliens.
Oh
it's
yeah,
I mean, it's Bill Paxton and Lance Henriksen and.
Well, the one thing there's a
Michael
few lines.
Biehn.
Like it's like he's like when the guy asks him, he's like, well, I'm a war veteran. He's like, what war? And he's like, if he says, well, let me just say, I fought for the South, or something like that. He just like, yeah. And then Bill Paxton just saying, it's like, well, you guys are up late. We keep odd hours. Just so good. Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Oh, I hated that movie.
Oh, what are you talking about? I love that movie.
Fucking hated that movie.
Hmm. I mean,
That's surprising, actually, to me.
yeah, it is. Just it's
Well,
brilliant.
because you're an art guy, and it's like
I it didn't
Didn't work.
resonate with me, and
I love the last 5 minutes, man. It's so cool.
we had it at the movie theater, and I kept watching the same parts over and over again because
What I'll always remember about Who Framed Roger Rabbit is I've got this scar on my cheek. If you ever see me in person, it's from when I went over the top of my bicycle and like cracked my head open, basically. Um, that happened to me like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and I had like this huge cut on my cheek that was all like stitched shut, and I mean I looked like a freaking zombie. But me and my buddy Mike, rest in peace. We went to that opening night on Friday, and I remember everybody looking at me weird because my face was all scabbed up and everything. But I wanted to go see this movie. I was like so jazzed to go see it, and it did not disappoint.
Going down.
Yeah.
Droopy. Going down.
Scarface.
Yeah, I like Scarface. Although I don't think it holds up.
No, I mean it's.
I watched it pretty recently, and I'm like, yeah. I mean, it's cool, but
yeah. Miracle Mile. Very, very good movie.
oh, isn't that like the end of the world movie?
End of the world movie.
I went and rented that just because we talked about it, and I did not think it was that great.
Oh, really?
And it didn't do anything for me.
Well, Tangerine Dream did the score.
No, that part was fine, but like just the story was not that. I mean, I was hoping for more, I guess.
I
Kind of goofy.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Gregory's Girl. Scottish director Bill Forsyth's tender, enchanting rom-com watches a gangly Glaswegian kid named Gregory loses his spot on the school soccer team.
I know of it.
Never heard of it.
Gregory's Girl. Got another 1980.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
no.
Testament, 1983.
Testament.
It was another post-apocalyptic nuclear war movie.
Oh. They never had a chance to see their children grow up.
Yeah.
To watch each other grow old, to fix up the house, to take that vacation, because it only took an instant to shatter their dreams.
So I'll say again, go watch Robot Dream.
Sure.
But
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great movies.
There are a lot of great movies.
I feel like there are fewer and far between these days because they don't want to take risks anymore.
No, it's much more.
It's all like, we're gonna do Moana 2, or we're gonna make Ice Age 2. Like it's just endless amounts of sequels and bullshit offshoots and Marvel movies.
You know what's really pushing the boundaries is the television.
Yes,
like Netflix.
Well, yeah. I mean, I know it's kind of. I just finished watching the second season of Tulsa King, and I really enjoyed it. Stallone does a really good job. It's Taylor Sheridan, another fucking Yellowstone kind of type show, but it's good regardless.
So let me just briefly describe Lone Star, and I'm going to suggest to everybody that like if you haven't seen it, it was 1996. It's a John Sayles movie. It is a little over 2 hours long. It's probably
1986.
1996.
Oh, I thought it was an 80s movie.
No, it isn't. But I always remember it. I'm like, because I've watched it probably a dozen times. I used to have it on VHS, but I got rid of all my VHS tapes. Anyway, John Sayles, who's done a lot of crazy stuff. He hasn't done anything for a long time, but it's probably about 10 minutes too long. It's
only
like
10?
Yeah, I mean it's like 10. I mean, like, because it does get very dry there's like a 15-minute area in the middle where it gets very dry, where you're just kind of like, okay, what's going on? There's nothing. It doesn't feel like it's being propelled forward. But it is a murder mystery that is told basically these two uh off-duty army sergeants discover a skeleton on this shooting range on this army base. And when they call the cops, basically they come out and they realize that it's got a old like sheriff's badge on it. And so they start trying to figure out if they're trying to figure out who it was. And everybody assumes it was this old corrupt sheriff that um was basically who just vanished in the 50s and took a bunch of money, like basically stole a bunch of money when he did it. And his son is the current sheriff. And so there's this big long murder mystery into it, and then you find out that all these families are intertwined and together, and they're connected in lots of different ways, and they're trying to discover who exactly, if it is actually his dad, and how his skeleton ended up dead out in the middle of the fucking desert. And it's got a great twist that you don't see coming, but it doesn't feel like it just comes out of nowhere and hits you in the face. It feels earned, even though you don't see it. Like you catch on to the twist like literally about 20 seconds before like the movie gives it to you. You're like, oh my God. And then like it shows it to you. And you're like, I've rewatched it, like I said, I've rewatched it a dozen times. Now I gotta go find it streaming somewhere and rewatch it. But watch Lone Star. And you can't have something else on while you're watching it. You gotta pay attention to it because there's all kinds of stuff that go on that a very like I think a young Matthew McConaughey is in it. As you said, Chris Christopherson's in it. Francis McDormand's in it. Elizabeth Pena's in it. Yeah, good
One
stuff.
of
And
my
they do
favorite
flashbacks to and show things and anyway, there you go.
one of my favorite Chris Cooper movies is October Sky.
Great movie.
Yeah.
I
You mean
would
Rocket Boys?
Yeah.
Yeah, October Sky is a great movie.
There were two versions of that movie. One was called October Sky, the other one's called Rocket Boys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they anagram the name. Crazy, right?
No.
Yeah. Rocket Boys.
Is it the
Anagrams
same
to
movie or
October
is it?
Sky. Yeah, it's the same movie.
Oh my
I guess
goodness.
they changed the title to kind of think maybe it would make it more exciting to watch.
I love that.
Yeah.
That is so great.
But yeah, no, and I know that it is like incredibly like what's what I'm looking for here. It is like like kids these days, you don't know movies.
Oh, it was the
movies
book.
are horrible now, but
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was another title of the movie, but maybe it was the book.
Yeah, I don't know.
What were we saying, Lance?
Well, I mean, like I know that like to be all like the traditional get off my lawn
Yeah, of course.
bullshit is this just that, right?
But I think there's a shred of truth here. Like it's objectively, it was better 20 years ago. Movies were better 20, 30 years ago, 30 to 40 years ago. Now, maybe it's because everything was so new.
Yeah.
Everything's been done. Maybe that's the problem these days.
Well, didn't somebody just recently like said it's like I remember there was a big thing and it was like here's the new movies coming out and they were like 12 new movies from the studio that are coming out this year and 10 of them were sequels.
Yeah.
It was just like,
No, the top 10 movies last year were all sequels.
I worked in a movie theater for probably 10 years and I think
bragging.
the movie going experience, I used to say that going to the movies alone was my happy place. It allowed me to kind of like recenter myself because I had spent so much time in a movie theater. But I can't say that anymore because the movie going experience has changed so much since what it was back in the day. I don't agree that I am of the mind that when you go to the movies, you shouldn't have like you should have more people in the theater and the seats should be smaller, like what they used to be. You know, you can fit 400 people in a theater now versus like the 100 that you can now because it's just all these recliner fucking things. It should be I'm gonna sound like an old man, but it should be popcorn, candy, and drinks. No hot dogs, no nachos, no fucking Burger King or whatever. You know, it's just I don't
If
know.
you want that shit, you got to sneak it in, baby.
It's just yeah, you know, it's just it was such a
Yeah.
not a well, it wasn't a golden age, but it was certainly a great fuck. I
Our golden
remember
age.
I remember going to midnight screenings for staff screenings, and I remember the Elgin Theater was the only 70 mil theater in Ottawa. And uh we went to the midnight screening on a Thursday night because movies always open on Fridays.
Yep.
Uh
Well, you also got an actual physical piece of film
oh,
too.
dude, yeah, I had to go pick him up at the bus station every Thursday because I worked Thursday nights. But we watched the Hunt for Red October midnight screening
Amazing.
and got home at like 3 in the morning. Uh, which was great, but the one I remember even more than that is the midnight screening of Silence of the Lambs.
Oh my gosh, nice.
Don't tell me I was fucking looking over my shoulder the whole drive home.
So, like,
Yeah.
to build off that, and I know I've told this story before. I mean, I used to be friends with a guy that worked at a movie theater. I did never worked at one, but as after he worked there for like a year, just doing concessions and ushering, he they like basically they had like one like true projectionist that worked
Yeah,
there, but they actually and he said those guys make a ton of money and they're in a union and it's just
yeah,
like
IATSE.
uh but he um but he got to learn how to do it, so he was basically like they bumped him up a little bit, and so he learned how to do the process or whatever,
Cool.
and so he would stand in, for the true projectionist or whatever.
Yeah,
He's like,
I
yeah,
worked.
they go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, well, no, so but what we'd always go and we'd be at the bar and we'd be getting drunk, and then
Nice.
he would inevitably just say, let's get some off sale and go to the movie theater and watch a movie, because that was before they had cameras everywhere and they had everything, and he just had a key. And so like there were so many nights that we would go, and like he
Nice.
said, we couldn't steal food or anything because they know, right? But like you grab a 6 pack of beer, you'd stop at a McDonald's and or whatever, Taco Bell or whatever, and you'd grab your food, and then we'd go there and we'd watch whatever new movie was, and he'd start it up in the projection room, and then there would be like about 8 or 9 of us just sitting there and watching a movie at like midnight on Monday or 1 o'clock in the morning on Monday, just
That's
because you're
fantastic.
young and you don't have to work the next day. So whenever you fall asleep, it's fine because you don't have to get up for anything.
I have a grievance, by the way.
Go
Oh,
for it.
dude.
Do you remember how I was talking about how Taco Bell brought back the Mexi Melt?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It is gone already.
Oh my
Tried to
goodness.
order it and it was gone. That week, remember, I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get Taco Bell tomorrow," and
So what is the Mexican?
it is a flour tortilla with cheese, pico, and beef and cilantro. Like the pico makes the cilantro, and they throw it in the oven and it like melts it, so it's like a Mexi melt. It's a melted taco. It's
I
a
went to
cheesy, beefy taco.
I
No,
went
it doesn't have any lettuce or tomatoes. I mean, it's got pico, so it does have tomatoes, but
Yeah.
it's not cold in any way.
I went to Taco Bell for the first time in I don't know how long, and they had um these little melty burritos, or I forget what they're called.
Cheese
But
roll up.
no, it was like they had steak in them, and then they
Oh,
had two of them, and they had cheese like all over, and then like and like you break them apart like a Kit Kat, and they weren't huge, but they were like, they were probably like, it was two of them, and it was like probably like a 4 inch by 5 inch square, and it's two
Mhm.
Burritos that are like, and
They're
they give
fused
you a
together or
dipping
something.
sauce. And yeah, and they're kind of melted together, and then you got a dipping sauce. Like you could get like a nacho cheese or chipotle something or whatever. And I was like, that sounds really good. And oh my God, they were amazing. I was just like, I mean, this was an actual like decent item. For I normally I was like, oh, I'll just grab a couple of hard shell tacos, but I was intrigued
I
by
just
the.
made I just
But,
made
Ugh.
like on the weekend I made birria tacos.
oh, nice.
Did you get the
And
like the stew and stuff? Or
yeah, so
the consomme?
I did it in the Instant Pot. Wasn't a big fan of the consomme. I mean,
That didn't
I
work. Didn't go.
well, it was not awesome, but it was good. I made pico, I made guac, and I went to the Mexican
Grocery.
groceria there, and I got some cotija and um corn tortillas. I'd probably do flour next time if I were to do that because they just fell apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, corn, you gotta soak them really good in the sauce.
You might probably got to crisp them up a little bit too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did I did warm them up on the
Oh, you did?
frying pan, but it just, but no, it was good. And I still have a ton of the beef left because it was like a 3 pound fucking, I went to Costco and got like the 5 or 6 pound friggin'
Yeah.
loin.
Yeah.
Awesome. I have
So
another grievance.
what's
Well,
that?
hold on. I got to grab a
Uh,
drink. So just keep your grievance to yourself. Give me.
Are we
Give
doing
me
great drink break? Because I was gonna go get a drink and
yeah,
then.
Yeah, go get a
All right.
drink.
Well,
quick
I'll hold
drink
the
break.
grievance. I'll be go get. I'll join you. I'll be right back.
Okay, Matt, tell a story while we're gone.
Tell a story. Um, well, let's see here. I remember I went to a before I was even in the board game industry. Actually, this is the convention I went to get my very first board, not to get my first board game job, but it was when I got my first board game job, and it was actually the a typography convention in Denver, and it was called TypeCon, and
Big hug.
it was a tiny convention,
What's
like
up,
200
buddy?
people, and I was walking in the hallway at the the hotel, and there was some folks on the the couch and around one of the coffee tables, and they were playing some kind of game, like what looked like a prototype I would know as now. And I went over, and I'm like, "What's this?" And the guy says, "Well, it's a game. It's called Blob the Princess." I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting." We know it now as Campy Creatures,
Ah.
but it was Maddox. It was because Maddox is a type designer, so he was at this typography convention demoing his game. And my story was how I got my first tabletop job. So on the plane ride home, before I had left for the convention, I had just recently, before that, kind of got turned on to board games again after years and years and years. And I sent out a bunch of cold emails to publishers saying, "Hey, I'm a graphic designer. I'd love to do some work on board games." And on the literally the last day of the con, I got an email from Todd Rowland saying, "Hey, we've got this game coming up that we'd love to get you to do some stuff on." And it was this game that they were calling Grove Tenders at the time, and we now know that game as Mystic Vale. Um, I feel like what's his name? And now you know the rest of the story.
Oh, Paul Harvey.
Paul Harvey, yeah. And now you know the rest of the story. But anyways, okay, story time done.
No, that's
I'm not sure how interesting it was, but I
no,
always like telling
that's
that
cool.
story.
Now we'll just we'll wait for Aldi to get back. And you want to go through according to what Rolling Stone thinks are the top 100 90s movies?
Give me the top 10.
Well, I mean, we'll have to wait for Aldi to get back because I'm sure
Oh, sure.
he'll wanna, and as soon as we have one other person show up, we can do initials.
Oh,
So,
yeah, sure. That's fine. Philip
um,
should be here in a little bit. I got my first thing tomorrow is at 10, so I can stay a little bit later tonight.
no, um, Anything else crazy and new going on with you?
We just recently got a lot of book work. RPG rule
Oh,
book.
nice. Well, you knocked it out of the park with I can't think of the name of it right now.
Daggerheart.
Daggerheart. There you go.
So,
Thanks.
well, that's one of them. We're working on the SRD for that now.
Nice.
Well, we probably will be. The estimate's in. So, and then there's another RPG that we're possibly working on, that we're going to be working on. And then, the game Obsession. Do you know that game?
Yes. Yes.
So we're doing a little bit of book work on that too. So yeah, lots of kind of book stuff, which is kind of neat. It's a really neat, you know, it's a bit less of a lift creatively, but more of a lift organizationally, which is always fun to do for me. It's a little bit of a change of pace. What are you
Yeah.
drinking there?
Oh, yeah.
Water, what?
Waterloo Summer Berry.
It's
This is
summer berries. What
water-
are the other things?
So it's it's a sparkling water. There's no chemicals in this.
Like LaCroix kind of
It's
thing?
like yeah, but
There's no flavor, no taste.
Oh, it
Or a
does.
bubbly?
It has berry flavor, and there's no sweetness in it. It's basically just like,
Yeah, I like that much. Yeah.
which I'm trying to get accustomed to.
You guys get boobly commercials down there?
I know bubbly, yeah.
So
Uh,
you ever see the boobly commercials that Michael Bublé is in?
no.
No,
That seems like a good
that
mix,
seems
right?
good though.
It was pretty funny.
So here's my other grievance.
Yes.
So occasionally, I will get this kind of message.
I can't really read it, but
We
what does it
removed
say?
the post from
focus
your-
for a second.
I know it's like it won't focus. Focus.
Just read
There
it.
it is. Yeah, there it is.
We remove a post from your group. Why this happened? By the way, that thing you can't read, it says we cannot show you this post. So I'm like, okay, cool. So you removed the post, but you're not going to tell me how and
It's
why.
so top secret that we can't tell.
And I mean, obviously it shows me the person, but it basically says it goes against our community standards on spam. Cool. Well,
Post where,
what did
though?
this person post? And then do I need to do I need to block them or something? Like, yeah,
Huh.
useless information. You told me you removed a thing, but you didn't tell me anything about this thing. Now I do a link to the person. I guess I could click on their profile and see.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't work either. It's just so annoying. Facebook is just annoying.
Yeah.
Hey Aldi,
Yes.
I got my posters coming soon.
Posters? Oh, from the store?
Yeah. And I got the 16 by 24 ones. So it's the second size from smallest.
One
The
size
smallest
up
is
from
12 by 18. The bigger next size up is 16 by 24.
Yep.
I'm looking for frames for it.
Yeah. I use
And
IKEA.
I kind of want to, well, IKEA has different size frames, unfortunately, but I kind of want to go. I found some on Amazon, but I'm wondering. I'm a matte.
Yeah, madam.
I like
Matte.
mattes better than
Yeah,
the
the
ones that
mattes
go
would
with the
be
frame
nice.
edge.
Yeah.
That always seems very college to me if I go directly to the frame edge.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just like putting a poster in a poster. I mean, these are pretty nice though.
I know that's what I mean. So that's why I
Um,
want to go matte. I want to matte them.
Yeah, okay.
But the problem is if I
But that
matte
won't
them,
work. Yeah, because it's too.
well, no, it'll be fine. But I'm
Oh, I
just
guess you get a bigger frame than the actual.
yeah, and I'm not sure if I can fit all four in that corner. So
Oh, I
I'll
see what you're
spread
saying,
them
yeah.
out more.
Which four did you pick?
Let me check.
You remember?
I don't. I remember a couple of them offhand.
I
King
will
of Tokyo
spoil-
was one of them.
We're doing another series in April. We're launching
Oh,
it
damn it.
through crowdfunding, by the way.
So I ordered the Kichu
Oh yeah, you shoot awesome.
Race for the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Galaxy Trucker.
It's a good one.
And King of Tokyo.
Cool. Yeah.
And
it's a good one.
you know Christian Gilbert.
I don't know if I met them.
So Christian, he's like, can I tack on some to your order? I'm like, sure. Because
I mean,
shipping to Canada is,
are we getting the tariff on you now? Like, I don't know what the heck is going on, man.
well,
I'm
the thing
so
is with
annoyed.
with the BGG store, I think it was like $500 of stuff in the basket, and it was 200 and something dollars in shipping.
What?
But we fixed it so that it was all good.
You could figure that you lowered the shipping.
Well,
It's just
yeah,
crazy to me.
it ended up being working out. So and then he
I mean,
ordered
we haven't really talked
wax.
about this tariffs thing. Do we need to talk about this?
No, because it's gonna get political, and I don't really want to get
Yeah,
political.
that's not.
So
We just talked about it all tonight at D&D. I'm kind of all talked out about it. But Christian ordered
Oh, but
Quacks and Galaxy Trucker.
oh, quite okay, cool,
Yeah, I ordered the ones that I think were very
colorful.
artistically appealing to me.
The Quantric one is amazing.
Ian's fucking Race for the Galaxy one is just beautiful.
It is cool.
Yeah, and
Some
then
really good stuff. I'm very proud of the series.
they also the games. I mean, the only one that didn't resonate with me, oh sorry, that I've never played is Tichu. Hey, I've
Played it?
no,
It's a good
but
game.
the one I really liked that was Jackie's. It was the prehistoric one. What's it called?
Uh, prehistoric one. Oh yeah.
It was really nice.
Yeah. I'm drawing a blank on
Yeah.
Paleo.
Yeah, Paleo. Yeah.
Paleo.
There was a bunch
that
of really
Jackie?
nice ones, but I think these were the ones that resonated with me
Was that
most.
Jackie?
Jackie Davis? I think so.
She's done 2 for us, I think,
Oh, has she?
or maybe not.
Did you buy her book?
No, I didn't know she had a book. Is
Yeah.
it an art book?
Dulo. It's like a novel that she
Oh,
wrote.
it's a novel.
She illustrated it as well.
Cool. Yeah.
That's it.
How's our Robin Hood game going?
It's over.
Is it over?
It's over.
I'm assuming I lost.
Well, because it was up on my side, I think.
It's kind of an interesting game.
It was interesting. My only
I think
thing
it would be
was
more fun face to face
I think it'd be more fun face to face, and I
because
wish
you can
the
react quicker and see the
yeah
the way it plays out, right? Like when you come to back to it, like when you do your turn.
right. You're like, what was I planning to do? I don't
How
know.
did it just end in turns or how? Let me see what happened.
Yeah, I think
I'll go into
so.
the back to the replay. I don't want the replay. I just want the final situation.
The 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 description of the actions, like I wish the actions were just a touch smoother, instead of being all that
Yeah,
text,
yeah. There's like a.
where I could see a little
Can
quicker
I get the
why I would
final
choose
game
one
again?
action over another, you know?
Yeah, it's a little unintuitive of what. Like we didn't know why. Like I don't. I guess I sort of figured out by the end. Wait. Now
Right.
we're talking about a jest of Robin Hood, by the way.
Yeah.
What?
A jest of Robin Hood.
GEST.
The Jest of Robin Hood?
A jest of Robin Hood.
Never
I
heard
can't
of
see
it.
the final situation. Where's the final situation?
I think it's an example of a coin game. Is that right?
No, it's
No? Okay.
maybe it's like a 2-player because coin games are 4-player.
Oh, there. Okay.
It's a 2-player card-driven war game.
Okay.
One player is Robin Hood, one player is the Sheriff of Nottingham. And basically, I did not read the rules, but I watched a little bit of we played through the tutorial. I did. I played through their tutorial. And then you kind of get the feeling that the sheriff is trying to get what do they call wagons? Or
Yeah, the wagons.
Carriages
Carriage.
from the board to Nottingham.
Uh-huh.
And if you get them, you get points and money and all kinds of fun stuff. If you get a carriage all the way on its path, which is very hard to do. You have to, and I don't think I hired enough henchmen.
Yeah, I think you have to like move your henchmen and then bring the carriage in.
Right. And I, not knowing your play of your side, what did you have to do to actually like take over or like rob me? Was it dice rolling?
There's dice rolling involved. I couldn't figure out exactly how it worked.
Yeah, the formula was mysteries.
Yes.
Was it because I think it was like probably I have a henchman defending, and you have a bunch of people in the forest, and I don't know what the nature like they could be hidden or not.
Yeah. So
did you get more bonuses if they were hidden?
if they're not hidden, they can't do much.
Oh, they can't rob.
They have to be hidden in order to like jump out and do the thing.
Yeah.
And so then basically my turns are split between like doing cool stuff and then like trying to hide everybody again.
Yeah.
And then do cool stuff and then try to hide everybody again.
Yeah. And for me, I was basically trying to arrest you.
Yeah.
But I could never seem to get enough money to hire the worker, the henchman to do the work.
Right.
Everything was very expensive, and I just could not get enough money because you robbed all my carriages except for one.
Yeah.
All right, it's an interesting game.
It
It's
was
like an
very interesting.
asymmetric war game. It's cool. I don't know. It's not really my favorite type of game, but I thought it was cool.
I think in person it would be pretty cool.
Yeah, and you could probably see it more develop.
Yeah.
Because we played over the course of like 3 or 4 days.
Right. It's probably, probably takes an hour to play something.
It might take like 2 hours, I think.
Oh, you think so? Okay.
And then there was these events that go off each turn. And if I think you pay $1, you could do the event.
Or did it
And
cost $1?
And the events, didn't they cost like $1 or something?
I don't remember.
Or $2? Anyway, it's a
Yeah.
very tight money thing.
Yeah.
And the events are very powerful. They'd be like, do this kind of game-changing thing. And the event would say, if you're Robin Hood, do this, and if you're the sheriff of Nottingham, do this.
Right. But they usually involved a roll. And if you fail
No,
the
they
roll,
were. I think they almost always just fired off.
do they? Maybe I just
I didn't
really
have
do
any
those.
dice rolls on my part of the game.
I think I just kind of avoided the events. I didn't quite
I
understand.
tried to look at every event because I thought they were powerful,
Yeah.
but maybe that was not the way to play.
No, no,
Like
no.
I ran out of reinforcements at some point.
Right. Yeah, I kept
And you just
stealing your
overwhelmed me.
guys.
Yeah, you had so many guys on the board. And then I put you in jail, and then you get out of jail.
Yeah, it seems like I finally figured out how you get guys out of jail. And it's a timed,
It's a
like
timer.
there's a timer thing. Yeah.
And you get half your guys back out of jail.
Yeah.
And then
It was
did
interesting.
you win
I
by
liked it.
points or was it time?
I think the game timed out. Like the game just
We
ended.
ran through all the turns
Yeah, the game ended, and I happened to be
in
like-
the lead.
in the lead on the track.
And there's a tug of war track between Justice and what was my submission?
Yeah.
I thought it was something else though.
Well, it says submit or
Well, yeah, but
submit or
no,
revolt.
your track was called Justice.
Oh,
And mine was
yours-
called
Order.
Order.
Yeah.
And if you ever get to the top of your track, you win. And we were basically tug of warring that for the whole game.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, it was a neat game. Anyway,
But yeah, I liked it.
GMT
I-
game.
I would play that in. I would play it again
It's
online.
too bad I
but
can't
think-
actually get to the game because I want to see the.
Oh,
I could do the
yeah.
replay, but I don't want to wait for it. Actually, I could choose your player and see what you did to me.
Right. I think at the end I kind of just futzed around and then it ended.
Another game we played on BGA, we played all the content that's available is Dead
Oh, yeah.
Cells.
That's right.
We were
finished
trying
it.
endlessly to try to unlock more content, and then we did it. And then and you click on the thing and it says not available till April 1st.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Son of a-
fuck.
Yeah.
But we unlocked everything. I think we got every weapon. Maybe. At
Might
least
be.
in the first zone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Biome.
We unlocked a lot, that's for
We
sure.
unlocked a lot. We beat the boss many times. We were kicking butt near the end. Like we were kind of unstoppable.
Yeah. Yeah, we're
But I
ready
remember
for
at the
those
beginning
next
we were
levels.
like, I think
I'm
we're
so
done.
proud of you.
We'd take 2 turns and be dead.
Right.
All right, let's do initials. So we got
Okay,
people.
no more game talk.
Well, yeah. Well, we can play a game instead.
What do we got for initials?
Yeah.
Oh, this one doesn't click.
I'm clicking.
Oh,
You can make the noise later. Click, click, click.
oh, there it is. This one's like a turn.
I don't use a pen though.
I ordered a bolt action pen, an
Oh, yeah.
EDC pen yesterday.
Is it cool?
How much was it?
It was a cheap one. It was like $20. The one I wanted was
Still kind of expensive for a
75.
pen.
I always say whenever I'm like, oh yeah, I bought this really nice pen, I'm like, I would just lose it.
I'm
Yeah.
leveling up my EDC game.
That's fair.
Wouldn't lose it. My wife would take it and then swear that she didn't.
I did have a really nice pen. It was like a Fisher Space pen. The little bullets. But I
That
lost
sounds
it.
cool. Yeah. Oh. I might have that.
Yeah?
Is it like kind of compact and
PP?
metal-y? I might have that. Let me look for that.
My pen?
I might, because I ended up.
Is
I
it
ended.
I got it, Lance.
Yeah, I
It's-
know, but nobody's paying any attention. They're too busy
TP?
talking about-
TP.
Yeah, there we go.
Tito Puente.
That's correct.
Isn't it Fuente?
you just gave away
Tito Bridge.
Is it Puente?
El Puente,
No.
isn't that bridge?
clue
Or
number one
point? No.
is Canadian.
You know Puente.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Probably Puerto Rican.
Clue number two debuted in 1981. Clue number three orange, pink, blue, brown, green, yellow. Clue number four features rolling items. Clue number five features wedges.
Evan.
Evan, go.
Trivial Pursuit.
Trivial Pursuit
Genus Edition. No.
is correct.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say, the implementation of the Stranger Things Trivial Pursuit was amazing.
Nah, I'm not
They do
familiar.
do it.
I didn't see it.
You guys played it on. Oh, sorry, it was on.
Did we?
It was on the 42.
Oh, okay.
It was so cool. The board flips, and you can go to the upside down.
That's cool.
So you're cheating on us.
Hmm.
Another.
Oh, I don't. I
live
was
broadcast.
watching it. I wasn't on it.
Yeah, I better not see your face in any episodes. I'm just
You've
gonna
had
say
me
that
on
right now.
twice.
I've
We're
been
gonna
on-
we're gonna have a conversation.
Yeah, it's on a different night. No competition. Different night.
the episode Monday night was pretty exciting. I watched almost all of it. I normally don't.
I didn't watch it.
They talked about toys.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I didn't
yeah,
watch
I
it.
saw
at all.
part of
Scott
that. I saw
Rogers.
part of that.
Like so many toys I'd never heard of.
I had too many things I had to do that night. So
Scott Rogers is like a toy geek.
yeah,
They had
Scott-
a lot. There was a lot of guns shooting laser beams, if I recall.
Light gun shooting, like the Joker thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Item number two. Connected to silhouettes. Number two. Involves exercises. Number three. White, black, blue, red, yellow. Number four. Common in the military. Number five. Common in archery.
Matt,
Go for it.
target practice.
Target
Nice
practice.
one. Nice one.
I was trying to get training practice.
Yeah.
I was
Couldn't
I was
make it
stuck
work.
by the colors. I was like, wait.
Item number three. Number one. Appeared in Beverly Hills Cop 3.
Hated it.
Yeah, not good movie.
No.
Clue number 2. Appeared in the 2019 movie starring John Oliver, Mila Kunis, and Jennifer Garner. Clue number 3. Was seen on HBO's Westworld. Clue number 4. Appeared in 1983's National Lampoon's Vacation. Number 5. Dr. Ian Malcolm was in one in 1993. Final clue. Legoland, Disney World,
Matt.
Aldi.
Theme park.
Theme park
Dang, good one.
is correct.
Good one.
Took a while there.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, you think it's an actor. See, I led you
Yeah,
down a
yeah,
path.
You did.
And then I turned the corner.
You did.
Those are
Yeah, there we
good.
go. Number 1 was a major focus in a 1994 Seinfeld episode.
Aldi.
Go for it.
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper
Dang.
is
I don't
correct.
have a
I thought
spare-
that
I don't
was.
have a spare to square.
I thought that
Where
would be
to
too
spare.
vague. I thought that would
No,
be too
but-
vague.
I know that square to spare.
Dang.
Yeah.
Filled
Did you
me
know it
with
dates
square
back? It
despair.
dates back to the 6th century.
Toilet paper?
Yeah.
There you go.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh, excuse me. All right, clue number 1. This is connected to Captain Marvel. Clue number 2. Deals with experiments. Clue number 3. This was the focus of a 2004 Leonardo DiCaprio film. Clue number
Matt.
4. Go.
Time paradox.
Good guess, though. Clue number 4. In the 1950s, it was reported that about 1 a week were dying. Number 5. Despite this, they are needed for evaluation. Final clue. They attempt new maneuvers, techniques. Go ahead.
Test pilot.
Test pilot is correct.
Nice. I was getting there. I got test.
I had test too. I was just like I couldn't come up with the second part.
Yeah.
I was thinking like Inception,
Yeah.
but that was probably the wrong film.
Yeah, Inception was a good movie. I like that movie.
But that wasn't 1994 though.
No. It was
2004. I thought it was 2000. What was the 2004 test pilot?
The
Navigator or no? The one.
yeah, the one about Howard Hughes or whatever.
Howard Hughes. Was he a test pilot?
Yeah, he was.
Right.
He's the only one. He flew the Spruce Goose.
Yes.
That's
And
Bruce
then
Willis.
he took off. It took off.
It took off for like a minute.
He turned around and he landed.
Yeah. That's right.
Kept
And
all
then
the-
and then it went
kept
into
all
a
his
hangar and it
fingernails in the
was
jar.
yeah.
And now it's on the I-5 corridor, and I drive past it when I go to Seattle.
And it is still it's still there.
is it?
And yeah, they it's kept like in
Somewhere in Washington.
yeah, and they maintain it. Like they don't
Yeah.
let it they don't let it like rot away or anything like that. They constantly repair it and just do whatever. All right. Clue number 1. This is associated with a wager. Clue number 2. It is connected to Mark Twain. Clue number 3. It is connected to Dukes.
Aldi.
Go for it.
Trading places.
Ah, damn it, Aldi! I
The
thought
Dukes.
it
Was the Dukes.
I thought it would. Oh man, I thought that would.
It
I was trying to
yeah,
lead you
no,
down to
I-
like a monarchy thing, and
Yeah.
and the wager $1. And Mark Twain's Prince and the Pauper obviously was the
well,
yeah,
That's a good one.
and that is a good movie too. My son and I
Yeah.
watched that. Oh man, that
Prince and the
movie.
Pauper?
Yeah, no,
Trading Places. Yeah,
Trading
yeah.
Place, and Trading Places still
Oh,
holds
it's an
up.
amazing movie.
It's
That almost needs a remake.
Yeah, I mean, it was, and what a great little like cameo in Coming to America when he just gives the money to the homeless man, and then
Yes.
Mortimer, I'm still not talking to you. We're
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, because
Uh,
they basically seeded a potential sequel.
oh yeah, totally.
Yeah. They need to do it with Bitcoin or some shit.
Just I remember
Yeah,
they
right.
had just like the whole
I researched commodity markets after that movie. I'm
Oh,
like,
I
how
know.
does this work?
I didn't get it. And like,
Yeah.
and there's if you ever want to, there's like a few YouTube videos out there that they explain like how it is
How
because
it ended, yeah, how it
they're
ends.
basically doing futures. Like they're saying
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
2 months,
Yeah.
I will buy like this
Yeah.
much orange juice, and then
Concentrated on or frozen concentrated orange juice.
yeah, frozen concentrated orange juice, and then when they start buying it, drives it, and so then.
Sell,
Oh no, they're
sell,
selling. They're selling at first.
sell,
Like I will have
sell.
orange juice for you. And I remember somebody showed that like they made like adjusted for inflation, they made like $387 million or something like that. It was just like a ridiculous amount of money. All right, here we go. Number 1. We later learned it debuted on Staten Island. Number 2. However, it debuted in the year 2013. Number 3. Includes costumes. Number 4. Connected to the new founding fathers of America. Number 5. A 5th sequel was released in 2021. Final clue. Set in an alternate world of 2014, Ethan Hawke and his family have to survive a night of legal murder.
Matt,
Matt,
The Purge.
The Purge
Oh, wow. I didn't
is
know that.
correct.
It's a neat premise.
Yeah. Rick and Morty did it best,
Worth
though.
watching. They did.
Rick and Morty with the Purge.
Yeah,
That
like-
is a show I need to start watching. I've never.
Yeah,
I still
you,
haven't
if
seen
you
much.
There's
haven't,
so
you just
much good stuff in Rick and Morty, dude. Gotta
oh,
watch it.
and I can't, you can't say anything without ruining it. So just start
I'm not gonna
watching.
say anything. Just
Start watching. Yeah, start watching
Just
season
start
1,
watching.
episode 1, and just let it just.
There's so many. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, there's so many moments.
So many great sci-fi things.
Yeah, and so many like just family things, and like X is gonna bring it to you. The Satan episode, so good. I just can't stop laughing when I think about it. Anyway, here we go. Appeared in 2008's The Wrestler. Great movie.
Mhm.
Number 2. Appeared in 2002's 8 Mile. Number 3. Has appeared on the animated series King of the Hill. Number 4. Has appeared in a Canadian mockumentary series. Number 5. Doesn't like tornadoes. Final clue. Temporary or permanent low-cost housing area.
Evan,
Evan,
Trailer Park.
Trailer Park is correct. Trailer Park Boys.
Yep.
Going for
Uh,
actors.
What?
I was going for actors.
Yeah. Me too.
Yes, yeah, that's I'm fooling you.
You
See?
fooled us.
Did you know? Remember when James Carville said, "Drag $100 bill through a trailer park, you never know what you'll find."
I never heard him say that.
Oh yeah, no, it was he got in trouble for that.
You got some shit for that, but
Yeah, he did. Yeah. All right. Clue number 1. Was seen in 1997's The Postman. Not an okay movie.
I
The
enjoyed
David
it.
Brin novel was much better.
I didn't mind it.
I liked it. It was weird.
Appeared on King of the Hill. That was like I did that on purpose. Anyway. Number 3 is connected to Alice in Wonderland.
Matt,
Go for it, Matthew.
Tea Party.
oh,
And
It's a good one though.
that was a very good one. That was a very good one. All right. Clue number 4 is connected to Mudcrutch.
The fuck is Mudcrutch?
I have no idea.
That's more of a factoid that I just wanted to throw in there. And then if like,
The Lanthoid.
well, yeah, I mean, it'd be one of those things where if you knew it, you knew it, but whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right. Clue number 5. Connected to Echo, Hypnotic Eye, Southern Accents, and Damn the Torpedoes. Final clue.
I feel like I know this, but I can't quite get it.
Died in 2017 after decades of touring. It was a heartbreaker.
Evan,
Evan,
Tom Petty.
Tom Petty.
Those songs are a little esoteric.
Tom Petty is like one of my all times. Like, just saw him in concert once. And he was great.
I
That
meant to see
sucked.
him because he came to Gainesville every year. And I went to college over 5 years. I never saw him.
Yeah.
Mudcrutch was a southern rock band that he was in the 1970s before
Mhm.
he went off and did his own thing.
If you say so.
Shut up. Ha. All right, clue number 1. Connected to the Cold War. Clue number 2. Connected to the Ming Dynasty. Connected to the Bronze Age. Connected to the Jurassic.
Matt,
Go for it.
time period?
Time
There
period
you
is
go.
correct. Yes. Those are all different time periods. Look at Aldi. He's all mad. He's all just sitting there. He probably thinks these are bad clues or something.
It's fine.
So Aldi with 4, Evan with 3, Matt with 3. This is what you want, a close race.
No.
Anybody's game. Here we go. Clue number 1. Connected to London. Connected to David Bowie. Connected to water tanks. Connected to twins. Takes place in the late 19th century.
Evan,
Go for it.
Tea Party.
And
Oh, is that the total wrong century?
final clue. Directed by Christopher Nolan, starred Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale.
Matt,
Matthew. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Aldi.
1. And Aldi.
The Prestige.
oh
The
shit!
Prestige.
I knew it was like the
You had it though, right?
There you
Yeah.
go.
Right
The
on the-
illusionist kept going into my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird that
Get
like that
rid of
movie,
it.
The Illusionist and The Prestige
Yeah.
came out? Yeah, both.
Yeah,
Prestige
The
is a great
Prestige,
movie.
what a
Prestige
great fucking
It's
movie.
better.
it is a good movie.
Oh yeah, way
man.
better movie.
And I looked for like I wanted to watch The Illusionist too, and I searched for it and I couldn't find it streaming, and I finally watched it. And I'm like, this wasn't that great.
And
It
what
was
a
it
mind
was
bender.
letdown.
What a mind
Oh my
bender
god, I
an
love it.
idea
I love
that
so much about it.
that Hugh Jackman is so screwed up that like he basically like I mean
it's
well,
unreal.
Oh, it
spoilers.
just
Spoilers.
that revelate the hook at the end of that, like you're like, oh
Yeah. No, it's awesome
yeah,
in every way.
yeah. It was a great movie.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
And David Bowie is really good too.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
is. Super good.
He was what
Yeah.
Nikola
He was Tesla.
Tesla, right?
Yeah, yeah, he was great in that.
All right, we got 3 left.
All right.
Anyway.
Aldi with 5, Evan with 3, Matt with 3. So Aldi, if you get any of the last 3, you win.
Is that true?
Yeah,
Yep.
because you'd have
Okay.
6 and there's only 2 left.
All right.
However,
There's 3 left.
There was
isn't there?
3 left.
there's 3 left. There's 3 left.
Got it.
And
Yep.
yeah. All right, here we go. These were first available for purchase in 2012. Number 2. Although popular, they made national headlines in 2017. White, blue, green. Number 4. Were famously eaten.
Aldi.
Go for it.
Tide Pods.
Tide Pods
okay.
is correct.
Infamously eaten.
Infamously.
Yeah.
Might have been better a clue.
Yes. Because people are dumb.
I would not have gotten that.
No, me
Yeah.
neither.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Aldi wins. We got 2 left. This is just for glory.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1 is meant as an insult. Clue number 2. This is a favorite. Clue number 3. Often has one hand in the air. Clue number 4. Is commonly not popular with their peers. Clue number 5. Hermione Granger was one.
Evan,
Go for it.
teacher's pet.
Teacher's pet is correct. All right, last one.
No.
Number 1. This is often formal.
Aldi.
Number- Aldi
Tea Party.
Don't you
is
do it.
correct.
Don't you
I
do
was
it.
like, Aldi's gonna steal it. Aldi's gonna steal
I was waiting
it.
for the second clue to make sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. I just risked it. Yeah, sure.
The
Whatever.
second clue was is a movement.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
right. Yeah.
Oh,
I when I
nice.
saw that, I was like, I know it's the last one, and I know
Someone's gonna get it.
somebody's gonna be like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
It
Enjoyable.
was a good one. It was a good one.
All over.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones in there.
Yeah. Go listen to some Mud Crutch.
Mud Crutch.
Yeah.
What did Tom Petty overdose? Was that how he died?
He died of a heart attack, I
Was
believe.
it like a
is what
ketamine or something?
I think
or
what they said was it was a heart
Yeah.
attack, and I mean, I'm sure there was some hard
drug
living.
related?
Yeah, it was found not breathing and in cardiac arrest.
Accidental drug overdose. What did he take?
Uh,
Fentanyl, oxycodone, acetafentanol, and desproipinol fentanyl. My God,
Wow.
he was messed up.
Wow.
What's that?
Tons of fentanyl.
Wow.
he had medical problems, including
Multi-system organ
emphysema.
failure
And,
due to
so he was just self-dosing for pain.
Who are you
yeah, I
talking-
mean, it must. What was his pain? Just
He had a fractured hip recently. So.
oh my God,
who are you talking about?
Tom Petty.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember the one time I got prescribed actual pain meds, not just like we're gonna give you some really.
Oxycodone.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was. It was like, all right.
Yeah, no, it works real well.
Yeah.
The worst I ever got was Dilaudid.
What's that?
It's like a
Another pain pill?
type thing.
So there's this I forget what there's like this sea slug or snail or something that's extremely toxic. They would find these dead fishermen with like the snail in their canoes in the Amazon or something. Like I can't remember. I'm a little iffy on the details, but the venom is extremely useful for painkillers because it's a non-addictive. Yeah, it was like this interesting little. Yeah, I forget where I read this stuff. I need to look into it again and see if I can find the source. Kabuki Kid might be able to help me out.
Interesting.
All right,
He knows everything.
I'm gonna hit the sack, folks.
All right, brother. You get some sleep.
Thanks,
Congrats,
sir.
Aldi. Nice win.
Yeah, it was a cone snail.
Bones now.
Yeah, they had an incredibly deadly venom.
Wow.
And like they would find these dead fishermen. And then they've been I think they were extracting the venom out of these things, and like it's an amazing painkiller. Yeah. And it's a non-addictive one. It works. Guess it just got to go through the FDA and all that stuff. Although the FDA, I don't know, man. Do we have an FDA anymore? I have
Oh,
to question, like,
gosh.
where did the government go? Is there a
I don't
government
know.
anymore? We shouldn't talk about this.
I don't know. Yeah.
Just what's going on?
Yeah.
It's all horrible.
I have to.
Nobody's
I mean, I'm
happy.
going to make one statement that I'm somewhat concerned about. The 5 people that went into the U.S. the Treasury Department with hard drives, and are they rewriting the code in like a weekend or so? I mean, this is from news reports that I'm reading. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is sources. I don't know how serious it is or what, how the
Right.
shit goes crazy. Like, who knows what reality is anymore?
Right.
But I'm just like, that what could possibly go wrong there?
Yeah.
Hmm.
By the way, they're all 25 years old or younger.
Right.
What? Anyway, I can't. I'm just like shaking my head. I'm like, what is going on?
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh,
And it's a little scary.
good times.
Yeah.
Uh, yes, that's not good Kabuki either. Did you guys get your hotels to the Gen Con today?
I'm not going to Gen Con this time.
We get the email tomorrow.
Oh,
Why?
I guess we got hotels today. I was wondering,
I think
was there another
I don't know.
pre-order?
I was told I get Shane sent me an email, said I'll get the link on February 6th, and then and then he told me just grab all the rooms. So yeah, here we go. Exhibitor housing, Gray Fox Games, housing access date Thursday, February 6th, 2025. Total rooms allowed 12.
Wow.
So we'll receive
That's
an
a lot of
email.
rooms.
We'll receive an email. Well, we got a big booth. On your housing day, you'll receive an email by 12 p.m. Eastern containing the link to the exhibitor housing portal and the code to access the portal to book up to your allotted rooms. So yeah.
Cool.
Try to get 12 rooms at the Hyatt. That's that's the that's the sweet spot. So
Yeah. No, I'm bummed, but I will not make it this year.
it's like in August, you already know, and like in
You're not
six
gonna make
months,
it?
it's
Yeah.
weird. They keep creeping it earlier. It's like the end of July into August now. Did you see? It's like July
Oh.
31st until August, whatever.
Hmm.
They keep creeping it up on us. You know,
Yeah, I
pretty
did.
soon they'll have it the same time as BGG Spring.
Right.
It's July 31st through August 3rd is Gen Con this year. So get in on the 30th.
When was
set up.
last year?
Yeah. I am yeah, no. It's just it'll be it'll be weird. We're cutting why is there big feedback right now? Just I think we're only going to 3 conventions next year.
Yeah.
That's it too.
Origins, Gen Con, BGG Con.
Yep.
Those are just it was not worth it for us to go to PAX and
Interesting. And yeah, obviously it's got the same date,
yeah.
Right.
which sucks because I want to go.
Yeah.
We're actually thinking about going to PAX as a company.
Not this year.
Not this year.
Yeah. Definitely not this year.
Yeah, I just want to see what it's about.
Yeah.
I don't know. BGD is a weird entity, right? Like we don't really sell anything. I mean, we sell stuff, but it's not like the demand is. I guess I shouldn't say that. Demand is fine.
Mhm.
I think it's one of those things though that we're adjunct to the game industry, right? Like we're kind of like we're here, but how do we like what does a booth at PAX look like? You know what I mean?
Right. I think PAX is a
Like,
little bit more of going to be a sales.
is it a sales show or is it a I can't put my finger on PAX.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people go there hoping for sales.
Yeah.
Reality might be different though. I don't
Right.
know. I'm not heard anything unless you've got like the hottest shit game of the year. Hot shit. You know, like what was the hot shit game of last year? Do you remember? Like anybody?
No.
I don't remember.
I feel like at my
There's
only
got to be something.
my only experience was
Somebody
the
probably had like an amazing show.
yeah, right. I think it trends towards more omni gamers, so you're gonna end up doing lighter games doing better.
Is it
But it,
Omni Gamers or is it casual gamers?
well,
Is it like the Cards Against Humanity crew? You know,
right.
like is it the guys who buy one game a year or is it the guys who buy hundreds of games a year? I don't know. Or
Yeah,
I should say people, not guys.
right. I think it's
Wow.
people who buy, lots of video games, a few board games,
Yeah,
you
mostly
know,
video games.
maybe they're
Dabble in
involved.
board games.
Yeah, and some other stuff. So like slightly lighter fare is probably,
Yeah, I don't
but
know.
but I don't know if that's changed since I went. I only went that
I should
first
just
year.
look at the reports from last year and see if there was anything like everybody was like talking about one specific game or not.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird how like this was not really that long ago, but it's already forgotten? I mean, at least
Yeah.
by me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the passage of time, baby.
Yep. I went that first year and then I just went BGG Con ever since. So I haven't seen how it changed.
It was my first year and I absolutely loved my time at the convention. To echo everyone's comments, even though it was sold out, I didn't feel overcrowded, never felt overwhelmed. I loved the early gaming, and that room was a great place to start my day. The only thing I found less desirable is the bathrooms. They got progressively more gross, and Saturday was hard to find stalls with toilet paper. This is a woman, by the way. I also failed at food. Thankfully, packed food all days, but was trying to avoid busy times. Okay. I thought the food at PAX was supposed to be amazing. The Reading Terminal thing or whatever.
Oh yeah, the Reading Terminal. That's right.
What was the game from PAX? I gotta find the preview. Let me see if I can find the preview, and then I can list it by thumbs and see what it will. Yeah, sort by hot. Inferno, SETI. I bet SETI did okay. Endeavor, Rock Hard, Arcs, Cities, Fellowship of the Ring. I think Fellowship of the Ring did well because that was just barely available there,
Yeah.
or early. Daitoshi, Revenant. That's a pre that's a demo. Nestlings, Confusing Lands, Galactic Cruise. Galactic Cruise wasn't out. Still not out.
Right.
Inferno. Man, I don't know. I don't know if there's any bangers there. I mean, SETI's pretty good though. I like SETI quite a bit.
Yeah.
City is very, very solid. It's kind of a return
Yeah.
to form for ZG in a lot of ways.
It has one slight issue in my opinion, but it can be easily overlooked. I mean, it may need a sort of an expansion to kind of even it out with the rest of the game, but it's a really good fun. It's a fun game. I like it a lot.
I still need to play that thing.
Yeah. I have unfortunately a very bad review of a game that I was just so excited to play from 3 years ago. And I talked about this last time. And I finally played a full game of it. And I cannot play it again. I'm not going to play it again. It's
What
Soul
is it?
Raider. Soul Raiders. You heard about this game?
Soul what?
Raiders.
Soul Raiders.
It is
No.
Marc Andre, who is the designer of Splendor. And the production is amazing. It looks so good. I have the deluxe box. It's like this giant tome. It kind of reminds me of the Lord of the Ring tome version. You know what I'm talking about? Which one I'm talking about? With a giant book that opens up and
Grimoire edition.
Yeah, it's the Grimoire edition. But man, I just had no fun with that game. I do not understand that game. Like it's got promise,
Yeah.
has interesting things,
Huh.
but the game just sort of makes you not want to play it for what it does. And there's a review on BGG that like echoes everything exactly the way I would think. I was, because I only played it for like 2 hours, right? We put
Yeah.
2.5, 3 hours into the game. We played the learning scenario, and then we started playing the first real mission, and we just had to just end it. Sucks. I hate that. This is like a big disappointment. So disappointed. Because all
Dang.
the early side, a lot of content creators, this is a kind of a problem. The content creators were just gaga over this game.
Right.
And I was like, oh my God, it looks so good. Doesn't it look like from
It looks
the
cool.
graphics and the art style and
Yeah.
it's packed with content. It's like each scenario, like each book it's called, is like what, 2 inches thick of cards, of like boards to play through. And it's sort of like the map is interesting. You lay it out on a flat, like you're laying out these, as you explore, you're like adding on to the map. And it looks so amazing. And all the minis are great. And the cards are good. And it's kind of got a
Yeah.
pretty good system. Like I like the system. But then you start going through the story of it, and it's like, why do you hate me? Like, why does this game hate the player? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can't get over it. And we were all looking at each other like, we're not rewarded for doing anything fun here. That's the problem. It's a story game, right? Like you're going through a story and doing stuff. And there's like a point where you can spend a bunch of resources and sneak behind a dragon. You're like, oh, that's cool. That's a cool idea, right? Like, let's do that. And then we walk behind the dragon and we get smacked in face. Like, what? Like, what? Like you did something cool and then you're in the, I don't know, I hate bagging on it because
Oh.
this is honestly just 3 hours of play. And the rules are not well done, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They're really rough. And I assume that's from a translation issue. Yeah, big disappointment because I was so stoked for this game. Backed it minute one when I saw it go up, waiting years for it. Finally came. I saw the boxes. I'm like, oh my God, this is gonna be so good. And it just so fell hard for us. It's like, oh, so disappointing. And we were all looking at each other like, like that. We want to love this game, but we cannot. I hope it. They sold out, right? I mean, it's Kickstarter, right? You
Yeah.
sell what you sell.
Right.
I don't think they will be damaged from it. At least I hope not. But I've got 2 giant boxes of this thing, Grimoire Edition. I'm like, I guess it
Dang.
goes in the library. Hopefully somebody can play it and enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just expect more out of adventure games these days. So I'm a hard cookie, tough cookie.
What's your example of like one that you really dug?
Iridia
Haven't played
and
that.
Agamonia. Amazing. And I'm hoping Elder Scrolls. I got Elder Scrolls today.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I was hoping it would come before the weekend because I was going to be disappointed again. And from what I've heard, it's amazing. From what I've got a couple people who we align almost identically on the games, like what we like. And he already put 40 hours in a week.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is that your job now? Like, so 40 hours. You've only
It's a
had it for
lot.
a week. Yeah. So I'm excited for that. And Iridia is basically like Chef's Kiss.
Yeah.
It's so well done.
I'm gonna have to
It
check
is
it out.
stunningly well done. Like we just kept going, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's like just
Yeah.
over and over and over again.
Because of like story reveal stuff.
No,
or...
just the story that's the weakest part. The story is a
Okay.
little tough to get going, and we sort of ran out of gas a little bit on it. because we were hoping more story would come quicker.
Yeah.
But it's got a bit of a grind in it, which is fine. I get, you don't want this. You don't want to when you put in $100+ for a game, you don't want it to be over in like a weekend.
Right.
You want it to go on. I think a bit more than that.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a grind. Jeff's kiss, yes, Kabuki.
Yeah.
But it's just Aridia is so pleasant, and it's well done. The rules are well done. The playthrough tutorial is super awesome. Every character is different, like a little bit different. They're not like vastly different, but there's enough variety that you like. Every character plays differently.
Yeah.
Like the bard, the fighter, and I was playing the mage. They all have different sort of mechanisms in their attacking and combat stuff.
Yeah.
And then there's this whole role playing part of it. I think I talked about this, where you read a card and then you're kind of like prompting the players to like interact with you, like like you're playing a role playing game.
Yeah.
Now we did it. We stayed into the system for a while, but then we sort of just moved on from that and just
Right.
read the cards as they were. Because if you don't find the keyword, you don't get the result you want. Like you're supposed to just like, if you're the storyteller, you basically act as if you're this character in the game, and you don't tell anybody what's on the card.
Gotcha.
Like, you should ask me about this something, like ask me about the thieves. If you don't ask that thing, you don't get that bit of information. But we just kind of like it's fun at first, and then you kind of like,
and then you're like, all right, you got
like, well, you missed this little part, we kind of need to know this part, so like let's just read it.
Yeah.
So but I'm not going to ding the game for that at all.
Was that a cooperative campaign?
It is a cooperative game.
Okay.
Yeah. And they have they give you role playing points if you get the role playing.
That's fun.
Yeah. So, and that gives you a die roll adjustment later in the game. Like if you do a good role playing, you get a bonus die roll.
That's cool.
Which is good.
Yeah.
But we sort of just eased up on it.
Yeah.
But it's fun because you read it and it says the character's name, what they what their like most striking feature is. I think that's and then their mannerisms.
Yeah.
Like stroking the beard or
cool.
Rubbing their hands together, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to do that while you're role playing it.
Right.
I had the comment.
But Lance plays that every week. He role plays every week, right?
Well, I try to play D&D.
Do you play your characters as if you're not at the table, or do you talk in your own voice?
I talk in my own voice, but one of the things that I could teach, I wish I could teach anybody when they play D&D. It takes a while to get into the habit of it. One, if you're playing, never say my guy does this or my paladin does this. Just say
I do this.
I go over to the door and I see, are there any scratch marks on it? And so then when the moment that you're saying my paladin goes and checks out the well, it's like you're not role playing then. You're just moving your character. You're
making a move.
And so then if you get into that habit, then when you speak to people, like your mannerisms at the table can be interpreted as like your character that you're playing. And so if I happen to look at somebody like and give a sideways glance to them or something like that, they interpret that as my dwarf fighter, not me giving them a sideways glance. Like perfect example, last time we played, there is this cleric in our party, and like we've been playing this campaign for 2 years. We have one session left. We're probably going to finish it this weekend. But it's so my dwarf, like he never calls anybody by their name. It's just something he he calls the cleric priest, get over here, do this, elf, you shut your mouth, and that's what and except for the people that have died. Like he always references, it's like, yes, Bragan, he was the best of us. Like they immediately elevate to like this honored, he carves their name onto his shield, and like, to remember them and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like a Fight Club thing.
Yeah, no, it's just, it's this thing. So well, one of the things that the cleric always ends up doing is he like he raises things from the dead. He's not a good cleric. He's like a neutral, possibly evil cleric. And we happened to be in this old dwarven tomb, and we were sitting there, and we found all these dead bodies of these orc soldiers. And I was sitting there, and I was like, and I was thinking what to do, and somebody said, it's like somebody said, couldn't you resurrect? And I just looked up, and I just gave him a side eye, and he's like, well, I could, and he just saw me looking, but of course I wouldn't, because out of respect to your fallen kin, it's just like, I mean, it was like a perfect moment where all I had to do is just look over at him, and like, at that moment I was my character, not me sitting at the table.
Right.
Anyway, so that's what you need to do. You need to like not do that. The other thing is, if you're running the game, you never do a verb. I think it's what somebody taught me. Never do a verb for a player. So, if you never say to them, "Oh yeah," as you look up into the sky, you notice this. You don't say that. You just say, like in the clouds in the sky, you think you see, like you think you can see this or whatever. You never want to tell somebody as you look at the door. This is what you say. You just say, the door looks like it has scratch marks around the keyhole, like somebody was trying to get through.
Why is that? Why do you do
Because the moment that it pulls them out of their character. All of a sudden now I'm telling
you're telling them what you did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're telling them what you did. So you just
Awesome.
so if you can still convey a message to them, but you never like do a verb for them.
Sure.
Oh yeah, as you're climbing the ladder, you notice, you don't say stuff like that. So
Mhm.
it's tough. It's tough to get into it. I mean, like, I mean, and a lot of people just they get. I've played with people that use funny voices, and that's fine. I mean, like it's I mean the problem is the moment you start using a funny voice for your character, you fall in and out of it a lot. Like there was one guy who tried to have a guy have a Scottish voice that was in a group, and like he would fall in and out of it a lot, which just was kind of it broke it. Just
Yeah.
if you can't do it 100% of the time, don't do it at all. Yeah. So you're like, oh, you talking as you, or are you talking as your cleric right now? You just so you kind of, I don't know. But role playing's fun, man. It's just I've never won. I mean, I've done LARPing before, and it's fine, but it's just not my thing. I mean, the whole idea of playing D&D is stupid. Just if you actually boil it down to like, oh, I'm gonna roll this die and it's gonna say whether or not I succeed at something, when you inherently like the idea behind it is just preposterous. Like if you would um because there is a constant uh um I wrote this in a blog on BGG like a million years ago. Yeah, I said, what did I say? I said, let me find it. Back when I wrote a blog on BGG, which is
We redesigned the blogs.
like,
At least the outer part. Inner part's still well dated, but we gave him a facelift. So I also got to play Tales of Arthurian Knights.
Yeah.
That's pretty fun. I played it 3 times. And I think I probably don't need to play it again for a while. I got my fill of it.
Yep.
But it was incredibly enjoyable. Do you know this system?
I never played it.
Do you ever play Tales of Arabian Nights?
Mm-mm.
So it's a story game. You basically move around a map, you land on a spot, you pick 2 cards, they give you a encounter, like a wandering troll or what,
Mhm.
or a sad thief,
Oh, that's
like
cool.
yeah, or deceptive prince,
Yeah.
and they come up with a combination of numbers that leads you to a storybook, and then you read the story, and then it's a choose your own adventure kind of thing at that point.
Mhm.
And you choose, and eventually it boils down to a skill roll, and so you can tune your character to be good in certain skills, and that's sort of the fun of it. Like you're getting your character really good at like sword and shield, or you're really good at jousting, or riding a horse, or that kind of thing. And then as you get the stories, you can try to focus on those. Now you have no control. Like the player agency is a little lacking here.
Yeah.
Whatever story comes up is basically all you have. You can't. It's not free form. You always have to pick. Like, hey, do you want to negotiate with this guy, or do you want to like fight him? It's like it usually boils down to like those kinds of dramatic choices. But it's super cool and fun to read it all, and then you roll, and you don't know if you succeeded, but you can tell obviously from the result as the person reads the text. You can
Right.
see if you failed or a lot, and you always get something. You never get nothing.
That's
Like
cool.
Tales of the Arabian Nights, if you failed, you got nothing.
Right.
But this one, you always get at least one skill upgrade. So you get a little better every time.
Is it a series of unique things that doesn't lead
Yeah.
to an overarching story?
There is an overarching story called the Grand Quest,
Okay.
but it's pretty loose. It's like
Yeah.
the search for the Holy Grail is, the land has fallen in the darkness, and you have to go to here, and here, and find, evidence of the Grail. And then if every character, if you if you find those quests, you get, benefits. And then if all the quests are found, all the people who participated in the Grand Quest get a benefit. So it's cool that, like, and you get a really good benefit.
Yeah.
But it's just, and this one is only 12 hours or 12 turns, not 12 hours. And Arabian Nights, it's unlimited turns, like until someone reaches a certain goal of points. But Arabian or Arthurian Lights is only 12 turns.
Okay.
Total.
That's cool.
And I became the king of France in my game.
That's
And then you get
pretty
these things called status, which are very fun.
Yeah.
Like you can become betrothed, you can be obsessed, or you can be insane, where you don't get, like, the insane thing is like other players make your choices for you,
Yeah.
which is kind of fun. And then it wears off, so it's not like permanent or anything.
Yeah.
But it's just
That's
the
fun.
story that it creates is basically the game. The player agency is low, though.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that in depth with that kind of stuff. You hope for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you roll dice, and that's it.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, I'm making
man.
an adventure game, so I'm kind of just like picking your brain on like, what did you like about that? What did you
Oh,
not
you
like
should
about
play
that?
it. Yeah, well, you should play those just to check them out
Okay.
to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should.
I don't know any good adventure games, so sorry.
Oh, hey,
How dare
Scott
you.
Demaris.
Hey, guys.
You know
How's
what?
it going?
I noticed your Dr. Pepper Zero, but I've got Dr. Pepper Blackberry Zero.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
Oh,
That
it's
sounds
amazing.
atrocious.
It's
Does it
Yeah,
have a
well.
description on the can at all, or is it just
Dr. Pepper Blackberry Zero?
no actual like
No.
written
So
copy?
here. This is what I wrote in my blog from a million years ago. What is it? What brings it's like what brings players back time and time again to sit at my table and play D&D with me? Well, the obvious answer is that it's just fun to play a part, much like it is to be an actor in a play. You know how King Lear ends, but you still want to belt out your lines to the applause of the audience. But just playing the game is not enough. I think avid players of RPGs need that continuance from one session to the next, the prolonging of the story, for the game to be engaging and interesting. But maybe it isn't the story of the campaign that needs to be told, but instead it needs to be the story of the PCs themselves. I once ran a campaign, and for the first session, I took a pre-made module and stole from it very liberally. Without telling a long story, it was a disaster for the party. They were hunted down one by one by a large band of hobgoblins that finished them all off with great malice. We all laughed about it, and since we just started off, everybody just re-rolled their characters, and they trudged back into the dungeon to have at it once again. Nearly every single player made the exact same thing, race, class, etc. Only the names and attributes are different. The most obvious reason for doing this was the fact that it was the easiest. I think the greater and more personal reason is that when those first characters had been created, they had already had their lives scripted for them by the people that had made them. The dwarf warrior was seeking glory to bring fame to his clan. The human wizard was aspiring to become the archwizard of the mountains. The half-elf druid was looking to find her place in all of nature. These goals were lofty, but they were meaningful. and the idea of attaining those goals had already taken roots in the minds of the players. Those goals could not be abandoned, so they were merely transferred to the next creation to come off the assembly line. This is where I propose the true magic role-playing begins, where the roots of an epic campaign begins to form. The Dungeon Master creates their epic story of sorcery, action, and intrigue, and great players will make characters that go beyond the stats of the page. They have dreams and desires that will put the pulse in the story and breathe life in the game. As a Dungeon Master, I have seen my friends become emotional enough about what is happening that when they succeed, you can feel the joy radiate out of them. When they fail, their disgust and disappointment is palpable. At that point, I know I am doing my job. And this is why board games will never be as enjoyable to me as RPGs. No one ever got super upset over losing a game of Dominion. Okay, well, maybe somebody did somewhere, but no one ever take them seriously. But I have lost count on how many times somebody has gotten annoyed, at the very least, over some sort of detriment experienced by their player character. As fun as board games are, I have never been kept up at night trying to script out strategies for Rune Wars or Agricola. I have, however, lain awake on my bed for hours while contemplating the plot line of my campaign, usually because my players have done something completely out of the ordinary that I could not possibly have planned for. It is incomprehensible for me to consider my life without the time and effort I've put into my RPGs. I still get a little smile on the face when I start creating another dungeon level, placing traps, deciding which monster goes where. I love creating new NPCs with interesting little quirks, and I can't help but chuckle a bit thinking about how my friends will react to them. Most of all, I look forward to revealing the next piece of the puzzle, the furthering of my plotline, all leading up to the end of several years of work that have been a labor of love for myself and the best friends I know. No box full of cardboard, plastic, and wood will ever be able to compete with that.
Cool.
Yeah. No, I mean, but the idea of like D&D is ridiculous because of the fact that as a DM, you want to tell the story. You don't want the players to fail. So you're trying to stop them from succeeding, even though you want them to succeed. It's like everybody has this buy-in that you have this story that you want them to figure out and you want them to experience it, but you also are trying to pretend that you want them to fail as well, but you don't really want them to fail. But everybody just pretends that doesn't exist and they just play anyway. I don't know. Man, and that isn't even all of it. That's like half the blog that I wrote. Yeah, man.
You should start blogging again.
Yeah, I know. Well, I
Agreed.
write anyway. I write all the time. I
I guess
don't
you have
post
your
most of it.
videos. You could transcript them.
Yeah. I've been told by a few people that I need. My dad wants me to take everything I write and go to one of those places and have them just print off the book.
Write it. Yeah, make a
Yeah. And
I kept from the time I got divorced, I kept a daily journal of my son's life until the day he turned 18, and there is no greater thing that I've done than that book, probably.
that's
Every
beautiful.
day.
Yeah, sorry.
Every day, or what was the granularity?
Every day that he was, every single day that he was with me, and it was unvarnished truth. It was like every failure, every success, and it's pretty wild.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Anyway, but it's funny that, you know, with what he just said and creating the story, you know, I'm so obsessed with not creating the story, you know, like to the point in Dragon's Down, there's, you know, there are these 5 native groups, right? There's the Knights of the Bannerets, the Priests of the Sacred Grove, etc. And I'm so obsessed with not creating this story that in the Natives expansion, I'm providing new cards that say priests, knights, dwarves, villagers, because I don't want to feed anybody any storyline. And so I was playtesting the next expansion recently, and now I started down this path. I can't give away too much, and I had one of the most outrageous circumstances happen where on my way to this amazing treasure site, I stumbled upon a treasure. I drew the card. It was a cursed treasure that teleported me to a place that I could not get out of. And I'm like, so here I'm after like trying to become this massive legend. And now I'm going to die alone, away from everything, because I have no recourse to fix it, which was just amazing. It was really cool. It was like I was laughing at myself going, God, I designed a game that's got some storyline to it. But none of the storyline was. It literally came from just playing. That emergent narrative was just so cool. I had the most fun playing my own game tonight as I've ever had.
Oh, cool.
So, anyway. By the way, the reason I'm late is I drove down from the mountains, so I didn't
What's
want to
going on in the
die.
mountains?
I have a cabin up in Grand Lake, Colorado,
Okay.
and it's my happy place. So I was
Okay.
up there for a couple
Nice.
days. I also rented out as an Airbnb, and the main reason I went up there this time is because somebody decided to just walk out with every pot and pan in the place.
Really?
Really, it's pretty
Huh.
stupid. Some of the things they do. I had one person.
Can you hold them liable for that in any way, or is it just lost?
It's just lost.
Really?
It depends on the damage level. There's an insurance policy that'll repay it. Like I could submit it, but here's the best part: it says you have to submit a photo of the damage. I'm like, so I just sent them a photo of an empty cupboard. Right?
Yeah.
Like here it isn't.
Yeah.
I've had people take the smoke alarms out because obviously they want to smoke either pot or cigarettes in the place, which I don't allow. But the one that had me laughing is then they hid them. Right. So then it was like this game of.
I could never do an Airbnb.
That
I would be
sounds so
too
annoying.
annoyed.
Yeah, I think I had
I'd run an Airbnb. I mean, I would stay in one, but I would never want to run one.
Yeah. Although my favorite of all time though is the person who gave us a poor review. This is a high alpine environment, right? So the backyard is the backyard. As a matter of fact, if you walk 10 feet out my backyard, you arrive at the probably 20 feet. You arrive at the fence, and 21 feet, and you are in the wild, right? So they gave me a bad rating because there was no lawn.
Interesting.
No
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 yard.
lawn. Yeah.
So they
Did
wanted.
you advertise the lawn?
No, I actually have photos of the place, showing the backyard. That it's like an
it's just weird.
unkempt.
The world
Anyway.
has got a. I mean, as the internet is an amazing thing, but the internet also shows me how diverse and different everybody is from me. You know what I mean? Like, I would never leave a review like that.
No, it was amazing. And to be clear, I like the vast. I have a book up there that people can sign, and when you get like, hey, we came all the way from Russia and stayed in your lovely cabin, and it's a small cabin, it's a 2-bedroom. We stayed in your lovely cabin. Thank you for helping create amazing family memories with our 2 children. It's like that right there, right? Yeah. It just, and frankly, as all of us know, the board game thing is you live for the moments when somebody tells you how much fun they had playing your game, and you dismiss the 5 people telling you that you're a scumbag who doesn't know how to do anything.
Right.
Right. So, I'll take the 1 over the 5 any day. Can you guys start over? By the way, I was late, so I need to. What did you?
What do we talked about movies from the 80s being better
I
than
have the list for the movies from the
modern
90s
movies.
if you want to look at that. So
I mean, I'm a little out of gas, but could go a little longer.
Yeah, no, I was joking. Don't do anything because of me. So
we were trying to decide if movies of today are better or worse than the ones that were in the 80s and 90s, which kind of feels obvious that they're not better.
Right.
But I mean, we're jaded, I guess.
Here was my yardstick. I sat down with my 14-year-old daughter, who's 15 now, at 14, and said, you haven't watched Star Wars. You refused to watch Star Wars. We're going to watch Star Wars. And then she was so bored by Star Wars because there weren't enough explosions and hot garbage stuff happening. It's like when you watch a Marvel movie nowadays.
It's overload.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing: is you go, oh look, 400 million insert generic bad guys are coming running at the superheroes. You go, none of that matters. None of it matters. And so, why do it? Well, because people are giving billions of dollars to go watch that hot garbage, but so be it.
Did you guys see the Fantastic Four preview?
I haven't.
Looks pretty good, actually.
Right.
I mean, it's got some good stuff in there, I have to say.
I didn't even know they were doing another one.
Yeah, new people.
Yeah, I forget there's somebody famous in it that I recall. So
Yeah, it's The Mandalorian.
yes,
What's his name?
Pedro Pascal.
Yeah, it's Pedro
Oh, yeah.
Pascal. Yeah,
How can
he's
you
in everything.
anything he's in?
How could you
right?
not? I mean, he's in everything.
Good point.
I mean, obviously, like he made a name for himself in Game of Thrones, and then now he just does everything.
One of my favorite characters in Game of Thrones, dead in a minute. I loved him in the beginning.
But that was exactly how it happened in the book. I mean,
Sure. Yeah, came in like a
Yep.
flash and then gone like a
well,
flash.
no, but in the books, like like as far as like even the battle, like he had it won, but he had to get close. He could have let him bleed to death, but he had to get close to like basically say, you killed my sister.
Brood over him,
Right.
man.
Yeah. So
So how about the shock you had when after my only familiarity with Pedro Pascal was Game of Thrones, and then seeing him do an interview and hear him speak in just a normal American voice, I was like, who the hell is this guy? Right? I literally thought he was like, oh, he's a Spanish actor or something like that, right? Mexican actor. And then you find out, nope, not at all.
he played a good evil guy in the second Equalizer movie.
The Last of Us was pretty good too. Last of Us.
Yeah,
Last of Us is good. I enjoyed that a lot.
Well, second season supposedly 2026. So
Right.
but that's gonna be weird. Because like I can't give anything away, but like basically because of like the way the games go, they were like, "How are you gonna do this?" And they were like, "Oh, we're gonna tell a lot of story that we never told, like in between the two books, in between the two games, so they can tell a lot of story." So yeah,
Shameless cash grab.
whatever. I mean, and the second game was okay. It didn't like hit me in the feels as bad as the first one did.
Right. You're the guy I hit up after that. I knew you had played it. I've never played the game Last of Us, and so I hit you up. I said, "Hey, where did they move the first year of that show and in relation to the games?" Because I had no idea. You were the guy who filled me in.
There you go.
So
I mean, I just that first Last of Us game. I mean, Last of Us 2 was okay. I mean, it just I mean, there was like it's like so good, and then it's just like it's like A plus, and then you get to like C plus B minus territory. As far as
right.
Hey,
I had an observation to make that I think you guys will all find valuable, which is that me not being present equals my average score when I am present playing the game, the initials game. I just want to point that out. I scored 1 point last time. Let's just call that out. That was my high.
We had a good game.
Nice. What were the initials?
TP.
TP.
And I didn't get toilet paper, which was.
I was just gonna say it was toilet paper was in there, right?
It was.
I didn't get it.
Yep. Colonel Tom Parker, maybe. Isn't that Tom Parker? Wasn't that Elvis's agent? He probably was in there, wasn't it? Colonel.
It was not.
Yeah.
Lance did not choose Colonel Tom Parker.
I think that doesn't feel right.
I was waiting for Trey Parker.
Yeah. Right.
Oh yeah.
That didn't work. Didn't happen.
Oh.
There was a lot of non-people.
Yeah.
Non-peoples.
Right. What's next for you guys this week? Busy weeks?
Every week's a busy week.
My week was busy in the first half, but tomorrow I'm actually probably going to take it easy a little bit. Today, Like it's been a busy month, and then
Mhm.
we had our annual meeting this week too, which was apparently too long. Most people say 5 hours too long.
5 hours is a long meeting.
5 hours is a long meeting. Yes, I
Yeah,
agree.
yeah.
It is long, but if you only do it once a year, it's not really that
Right.
long.
It's not that much.
I mean, we meet all the time. It's just that when we don't all meet together and talk, hardly at all. Like, I mean, we do at BGG Con, but then BGG Con has so many distractions, it's really hard to get
Right.
anything
Mhm.
really done. And this sort of like kind of gives everybody like an update of like what everybody else is doing, right? Because there's not a lot of communication.
Right.
They're not. It's different when everybody's not in the same place.
Yeah.
Evan, are you a full-time game designer?
No, sir. It's like not. I spend a lot of time doing it, but it is not anywhere close
Not your
to
full-time
my
job.
highest income earner.
Got it. Got it. So I just unretired.
Yeah, you said
Are
you
you
were going
back
to get a job.
in the office now?
No, I accepted a job and I started
Yeah,
on it.
you said that last week. I was wondering if you were
Did I
back.
did I say I accepted? Yeah.
You did,
All right.
but did you
Well,
like?
go ahead.
Is it an office job or is it a remote?
Yeah. So what I've done for my career the last 25 years is manage technical sales organizations. So like the kind of blend of sales and technical people who help prove out software. And they're typically called pre-sales is what they're called. And what's interesting is, first off, it's the greatest career. It's so fun and it's amazing. And most of the time when I've come into a company, it's been because they've overemphasized the technical part and then nobody knows how to sell. Right. So, it's the old thing of, you're selling a car. And so you start talking about the tires and you pop the hood and you go, look, it's got a V8 and and it's blue. You start describing all these facts, none of which matter for buying a car because you're not appealing to the emotions. And so what I do is I specialize in the sales aspect of that, even that because I come from a technical background, but that was never my forte. So I'm going to go do that. That's always fun. And the beauty is if I hate it or if something doesn't feel right or whatever, I can just resign.
Retire again.
Right? I can go, oh, hey, I've decided that thing I was doing before this was really what I want to be doing. Oh, what were you doing before this? Nothing. I was doing nothing.
It was way better.
Way better. I was doing board game stuff. Right?
You might have said this, but how long after you retired did it start feeling like you were retired? Or like was it immediately relief day one?
No, because so I didn't retire on my terms.
Relief.
I was laid off.
Okay.
I had gone to Tableau and had a fantastic time, 6 years of just nothing, almost nothing, but awesome. And then I chose 3 companies in a row that I just didn't like. And they're dogs, as I call them. There's dogs. And so to be blunt, I think maybe my self-confidence was a little bit of it, took a hit. And just my like, what the fuck am I doing this? Sorry, what am I doing this for? Right. And so I just said, I'm not even going to look anymore. I'm just going to, this is what it is. This is the pot, right? This is what I have to survive on and all that. And so this happened really organically because I wasn't looking. They weren't necessarily looking. And then suddenly they were really looking and it just sounded really interesting. And it sounds really cool. And I think I'm really going to enjoy it. But who knows, right? So it never felt true. I would say probably 6 months ago is when it actually felt like I retired and I was settling in and I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. It's 1 o'clock. I decided to take a nap every day. So anyway.
Well, hopefully you love your job.
Yeah.
Or you love the money. Or both.
At least one of those.
I think I'm going to love both of those, to be honest. But let's be clear. The real one of the bigger factors here is the insurance side, right? In the U.S., you're protected and valuable if you're producing. So we'll see what happens. I'm
worthless.
Say again. Otherwise, you're worthless.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it is what it is. We'll see. Are we all going to bed now? Is that what's happening? We're
I
all
mean,
running
I'm
out of
trying to stay
energy.
around for a little longer.
All right.
I mean,
I had a night out of the town tonight. I went to a lawyer party.
Oh,
What
yeah, I
is a
saw
lawyer
that.
party?
My God, did they spend money on this thing? It was like basically going to a really, really fancy wedding. It was an open house for a new law firm. They're an existing law firm in Dallas, but they got a new office. And my
Yep.
God, it's amazing. Like it's like 17th floor of a skyscraper in downtown Dallas. You can see everything. You can see both sides of they have windows off both sides. We just walked around. I'm like, how do you get any work done in this place?
Right.
It's like
And
so lovely.
they hired a professional baritone sax player.
They did. They had a sax player sitting there playing. Nobody was really paying attention to him. We were like we're like, I think I hear music in the other side of the building. And then we walked over the other side of the building and it's like, yeah, there's a sax player there.
How funny.
Yeah.
I went.
It had like 6 bars. I mean, there was like a bar in every corner of this office. I'm like, what how much do they think people are gonna drink here? It's an open house party. The food
You know,
was amazing. Like everything I tasted was just like phenomenal. Like I'm like, my God, this is the best catering I've ever had. And I'm being honest with that. Like everything was really good.
Sounds great.
I was like, wow.
I always
mean,
feel the same way like that with that I do when I go to like in town here, the various hospitals and whatnot, and you go, this is an amazing hospital. Look at it. I go, yeah, how the hell do you think they paid for all that?
yeah.
I want
Yeah,
the guy.
that's your
I want the
money.
lawyer who's just a
The
dumb.
lawyers, yeah, yeah. Yeah. So Michelle's pro bono, like she's the director of the pro bono or the volunteer attorney program in Dallas.
Yep.
And it was quite interesting to watch her meet with people because they were almost like it's like coming to confession.
Yeah.
Like all the lawyers that are just like super fancy lawyers, right? Like, oh, I need to get back to pro bono. Like it'd be like, oh, I've been meaning to call you and give you some time and take some
Funny.
cases because she has to give cases out to people like
Right.
real lawyers, lawyers that can work in Dallas. And like a lot of people don't like to work for free.
Yep.
And I was just like, is this all the times you go out to these parties? Like she goes out to like a fair number of, not a lot, but enough that I'm like, it's quite common. Parties at law firms. And I'm like, does everybody come up to you and say that? like, are you they're confessing their sins to you?
Yeah.
Like they haven't done enough. They're like, I need to do more for
That'll be
people.
3 Hail Marys.
Yeah. Like I need to do, cause it's almost like they get face to face with Michelle, who's the face of it.
Yeah.
And,
It's funny.
it's an interesting interaction. Every single person that came up to them, her.
Funny.
Was that? Do you think that was guilt based? Is that why?
No, maybe a couple of people were very guilty. They were like, "Oh, I've really been meaning to come back and, put some more hours in and take some more cases and stuff like that." It was just like, as we walked down the line of seeing people that she knew, like everybody say this to you at everything you go to, and she's not usually.
How
It
funny.
was kind of interesting to see that part of her job. And we got some interesting stories from people who had taken some amazing work. Like they're like, yeah, I had this simple divorce and then it turned into a 3-year project. Like, oh my
Wow.
God. And of course you're not getting paid at all.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm like, that's some dedication.
Yeah.
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 And the pro bono of Dallas space, or well, I should say legal aid of Dallas is for people that make less than $25,000 a year,
Right.
which is quite low.
Mm-hmm.
And hardly, they don't take everybody. They, if you make 27,000, it's like, nope.
Right.
Like so strict.
Yeah.
They have a little more leeway with veterans, but I went to one of her clinics once and I'm just like, oh my God, this is all terrible. How do you deal with this stuff? And like all these stories, I'm just like, oh my God. People with no money.
Yep.
Yeah, just sad stories of like, oh, the husband left and they have the kid and they don't know where he went. And so they want a divorce, right? Like you can't get remarried without being divorced, right? And so they try to get a divorce. And since you can't just say you're divorced, you have to do it legally. That's a lot of what they do. Like family law type stuff, like divorces for non-existent spouses, mostly guys. um, sorry, it's mostly women coming to the office because their husband
Yeah.
left.
Yep.
And they just got nothing. I'm like, it's just rough. Landlords, bad landlords,
Yeah.
tons of stories about getting kicked out of their very low rent housing, and it's just because I don't know, we live in a different world.
Yeah.
That world is way. And then an interesting thing they were talking about, they would pick, the pro bono lawyers would have clients that they would change their phone numbers all the time. And I'm like, oh gosh, why do they change their number so often? Like I've had my same phone number like 2 decades.
Yep.
Evade the
Like, oh well,
creditors.
but here's the thing, they don't have phone plans.
Oh.
They're
Mm.
so poor they can't afford a phone plan, so they get burner phones.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, okay, that makes sense. Also, suck.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that was some interesting stuff.
Interesting.
Kind of makes you just show how good we have it. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. This
This
weekend,
might- Go ahead.
this weekend, I got to go on a little tour of showing a little short film I was in, and we would get up and answer questions on the stage and stuff. And one of the cutest places we went was like a tiny little rural. It's called
nice.
Snow
They
Valley
did
Pride.
one of those retro keychains.
Yeah. And it's like a little Pride event showing a bunch of queer films, and it was a lot of fun to go
Hold
into
that
that.
up again. I want to see it again.
Yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
that's
Full
awesome.
color too. You are loved.
You are loved. Yeah,
Nice.
it's cool. So I got to do the panel, and people would ask questions and stuff. It was
This
fun.
was that film you were in?
Yeah.
What was that? What was this plot of that one?
It's like it's quasi autobiographical by the writer director guy, and basically it was like the story of a gay guy, a gay guy from rural Nebraska moving, going to his first gay bar in San Francisco, and like kind of like the expectation of being in a place where you finally feel accepted and realizing that he still feels like an outsider. And then like finding some acceptance anyway. But
How long was the film?
yeah, it's like 12 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, a little quickie. Yeah. Pretty cool.
And I feel like I could work on a movie at some point in my life. I
You
want
should,
to.
dude. It's fun, man.
I don't know how to get that going, but
I mean, mostly the way anybody I know who gets involved in a movie is they either make it themselves or fund it. Like,
I did throw some money at the documentary guy with the board game thing.
yeah,
I've backed several Kickstarters for documentary board game stuff, but
Yep.
they've not quite done exactly what I want.
yeah,
And I don't know if that can be done, honestly. I think the board game movie I want is not probably it's not viable. If that
maybe.
makes sense. Yeah. I don't know.
I feel like everybody. I mean,
Interesting
go
thing about documentaries, like you have to have a story. Can't just be like, I mean, you can have these documentaries that are just blasts of information,
yeah,
but the ones that are memorable to you are the ones
Yes.
with stories, like King of Kong.
right.
It's a story.
There's a storyline.
There's a
weaved through.
storyline, and
Yeah.
it's got heroes and villains and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like, but that's hard to create if you're doing real reality, you know?
Well, if it's real, you have to be okay. Like it, because if you're gonna
Framing it.
have the truth,
Yeah.
like there are gonna be heroes and villains, and the villains are real people.
Yeah.
And they're gonna have a response when when that
Yeah.
comes out, and you're gonna have to like stand by what you did.
Well, the first one I worked or supported, I guess, produced.
Yeah.
Melissa as producer. It was the next great American board game is the title.
Hmm.
And it starts off as an intro to the board game world as part of the first 20, 30 minutes of it.
Yeah.
And then it hooks on to this one designer. And then it shows his trials and tribulations with mental illness.
Oh,
So it turns
interesting.
into not a board game movie anymore.
Right.
And it's a mental illness movie, which is fine.
Right.
But it's a different kind of movie than just a board.
Right. It's about that one person.
Yeah, it is
basically.
about him
Yeah.
more than anything.
Yeah.
And the board game world is around him
Yeah.
because he's got this board game he thinks is the best board game. He calls it the next great American board game.
Right.
Well, we all know that Evan's dear friend has solved what is a great board game.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
It's
Oh my
been
God.
solved.
After the Empire.
Well, that's the one.
Yeah, it's funny. One of the very first Kickstarters I ever backed wasn't a board game. It was actually The Great Kingdom, which was a movie about Gygax, right?
Did it ever get made?
So of course it ended up in all kinds of litigation, and to be blunt, I just kind of lost interest in it. But I think they released
I
it.
didn't know I had an IMDb page.
You do?
Say again.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Look it up.
No, Kabuki Kid found my IMDb page. I guess I didn't know I had one.
Yeah. Sometimes
Yeah.
people make it for you.
I've got it. Yeah.
That's great.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. No. They did. They did release it, and it was like October of 2024.
Okay.
I think.
I've supported many Kickstarter projects of documentaries that never get made.
Yeah, I believe it.
Bummer.
I'm now dying to. I didn't even know that they had released like 6 episodes or something.
Oh, this is
And,
more of a series. Yeah, I got
I
executive
didn't.
producer credits.
There you are. Yeah, you're
I am.
producer.
Yep.
Executive producer. Nice. On 2.
It's the same director.
Ah, gotcha.
But there's a third one in there that I've executive produced, but it's not here.
Yeah.
The
it's
next
kinda-
great American board game. I have to correct myself.
So whoever,
It's not
yeah, you
important.
can if you have to basically you can sign in and then like buy your account and then you can add credits.
I see. I don't care that much.
Yeah.
To
I think
pay.
you can suggest updates without
Right.
buying in, but
Well, now I'm dying to see when the hell I actually did this.
But yeah, it's fun to go back on your Kickstarters.
Yeah, it's a little scary to be honest. Some of it, right?
Yeah, I have massively slowed down on my Kickstarter habit.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Oh,
I've successfully conquered FOMO for the most part.
Oh yeah.
So I used to be big FOMO.
Yeah, sure.
You know what, Don? But here's the thing. It dawned on me that even if I pay $500 for this one game that turns out to be great, right?
Yeah.
Later, like I overpay for it, so to speak. The number of dogs that were out there was just really high. Dogs being in the negative light, like where the
Yeah,
dog
no,
became-
it's the ratio of good to
yeah,
mediocre is not as good as you want it to be.
not as good as you want it to be. So,
Oh, this game's not. Oh, there it is. The next great American game.
estimated delivery for the Great Kingdom, July of 2015.
The Great
They-
King.
Yeah, I think they released it in October of 24. So 9 years in litigation hell.
Wow.
Oh wow.
That was the documentary I was talking about. And this, I think, sums up my Kickstarter stuff perfectly. In that I said, hey, one of the very first Kickstarters I ever did, it literally is like my 25th Kickstarter I ever did, probably. So this tells you what I remember and what I don't.
yeah.
Anyway,
Indeed. I'm sorry, I'm losing steam too. So,
all right.
yeah.
Well, have fun at your.
Yeah, if you want to come up to
Vikings.
more in Minnesota, gathering of Vikings this weekend.
Be fun.
That'll be fun.
Great seats.
Send the
still
car?
going. I'll send the car. Hey, if you fly in, I'll pick you up. That's I've had one
That's the
person
deal.
take me up on
I hear you.
take me up
Send
on
the
it,
car
so,
around.
Yeah.
going, Scott?
I'll see you soon, Scott.
All right, take care.
Oh, me. Or
Well, both of you.
Which one?
Which
Yeah,
one?
I know. I didn't know what
But
he
I know
meant.
Scott
right?
is going, right? Scott Demers is going, right?
Yeah, well, you better.
What is-
You better.
Well, you're local. Are you
To
local?
the gathering of
No,
Vikings?
he's not. He doesn't.
Oh, I thought you were. He's local.
He used to live. This used
Right,
to
you
be
used
his
to-
neck
right,
of the
I'm
woods.
confused.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm in Denver.
That's right.
Oh, that's where my brother lives.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
you
see
know,
somebody walking around that looks like me.
Sean's his
Identical
brother,
twin.
Evan's brother, in Denver. Don't you know him?
Yeah, you know that guy. It's a small
So
town.
$430 flight up to Fargo this weekend, and with a connection, mind you.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
But apparently I got a free ride at the airport.
See,
Yeah.
there you go.
No Uber for you, baby.
No Uber.
I'm
No Uber
s-
fees.
That's right. All right, hotel.
All right,
I
boys.
stay at your place too.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
I got a husky that'll curl up with you and keep you warm.
nice. Is it you?
What's the temperature right now?
Right now it
A balmy
is
9 degrees.
It is 4 degrees Fahrenheit right now.
So today, I think
feels
hit
like
the
minus
80s.
12. What?
I think today hit 80 in Dallas.
Nice.
I was like, I walked outside. I'm like, I'm sweating. I don't need this jacket. Yeah, I was like, what? Yeah, it was 83. It was the high. Tomorrow's 80.
Yeah.
Saturday 83. I'm like, no, not. It's too early to be in
It's
the
already
80s.
there.
80s in
Which means
February.
the summer's gonna be real nice.
Oh my god, I do not look forward to it.
Yeah.
Dallas is just, man. Here's the thing. I can handle up to like 88 or 89.
Yeah.
Once it gets over 90 and 100,
I'm the same.
even in the 90s, I can handle. The hundreds,
Yeah.
can't handle it.
I'm the same.
Makes me
It is-
sick.
It is not for me.
No.
You gotta relocate,
Oh.
Scott. Eh.
I don't know if we're ever gonna. I think we're stuck here forever. Not stuck, but this is our retirement place here. We're retiring to Dallas.
Do you guys have family there?
Michelle's family is here.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, my dad lives in North Carolina. But well, I think I told you, my dad almost got evacuated from a wildfire in
Oh.
North Carolina, and right outside of Asheville.
No.
They got hit so hard. They got hit by the hurricane, destroyed
Right.
the whole city. They
Right.
did not get any damage. A couple weeks later, my dad, he calls me and he's like, it was late at night. I'm like, I just want to let you know, I think I might be getting evacuated tonight. Just
Oh,
to
gosh.
let you know, everything's okay. We're packed, ready to go.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? Fire?
Jeez.
Yeah. So some power line went down and like caught a 500 acres on fire or something.
Wow.
And he lives right on the mountainside in the middle of.
Yeah. Yeah. Asheville got slammed.
Oh no, it's destroyed.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Jeez.
They didn't need it. Nobody does.
No.
But it's the fire. Yeah. It's just... By the way, I don't know if anybody. Do you know anybody that in California that's been affected by this fire?
Yeah.
There's people in the board game world that have lost everything.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what? Yeah, it's almost unfathomable. It's like, you got a picture of a house here, standing in front. Like, there's this picture of this guy like moving in day. He's like, my new house, and then the next picture, it's just,
Oh
gone.
man,
It's literally gone.
that's awful.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's obviously been sort of overlooked and like this politicized. It's unfortunate,
Right.
But there's some real fucking problems out there.
I was doing an online
Right.
play test with a guy who lives at Echo Park in the LA area, and and we were like, all right, dude, if you need to run,
to
you
go.
just run, He's like, I think it's fine.
You think you're fine?
So we kept
Echo
we
Park's
kept
right by
going.
water. I don't know if I mean,
Yeah,
you can
we
jump in
kept
that
going
little
with the
the
thing.
little lake.
Yeah. That's like, you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I told you Lincoln was like imminently there. He's like right,
Right
on,
there in LA, yeah.
We're right on. He's like, he showed me the map, and I'm like, he goes, it's 5 blocks away, or 50 blocks away. That's not
50.
5.
Okay. I was like,
Yeah, 50 blocks away is kind of all. It's not an incredible amount, but it's not that far. I think
It's
it's
not
right.
yeah.
It's close. Like when
Pretty
you look at the
close.
map, it's like that far. but 50 blocks.
Right.
Which sounds like a lot, but since it went so fast,
Yeah.
I said, well, you should start packing now.
Yeah.
Like, and if you can save some of the hard drives and I said like there's this one camera we should probably try to save just because it's pretty valuable, like the high end stuff.
Right.
And I told him like, look, if you can't fit it, and don't worry about it. But
but if you have time,
just pack the camera. Like
exactly.
The camera might be worth saving. But he basically took all his hard drives. He runs a NAS.
Right.
All hard drives, packed them all up, and put them in his car and loaded the car.
Yeah.
Because he was basically ready to go. Like, man. But everything's okay now.
Right. That's freaky.
Anyway, sorry to keep talking about stuff.
You're fine. All right, boys.
Cool. Have fun this weekend.
I'll try.
Go Eagles.
Go Eagles.
Chiefs, baby.
How does it go? I don't even know how they do.
I don't know.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Isn't that
fly?
I love you.
No, they do this whole where they do their hands up in the air and ground.
Right.
My fingers look so bent.
Chiefs fans are the worst.
I
No,
reached
Eagles
that
fans are the
age.
worst. Sorry, Eagles fans.
Here's
are
the
the
thing.
worst.
Nobody cares who wins except for the people of those towns.
Right.
I care because I want the Chiefs to win. If the Vikings can't win a Super Bowl, I want the Chiefs to win the next.
Just keep winning.
Next 20 Super Bowls, year after year after year. Just drive the NFL right into the ground.
I want Taylor Swift to win
because people are so bored. It's like I want them to be
It's so boring. I'm just like, this is so
bored
boring.
of this. Patrick Mahomes just walking out with rings on each one of his toes.
Wasn't it only like 2 years ago? It was 2 years ago. KC beat Philly, right? 2 years ago. This is their third Super Bowl, and first.
No.
The 2 years ago they played Philly and they won. Last year they played the 49ers and won.
I was watching. There's a guy who does little
NFL.
Right?
I can't remember now.
There's doing NFL skits, and it was like Eagles fans, like the Eagles arguing with the Chiefs, and the Chiefs was like, "Hey, don't worry, we'll get Carson Wentz his second Super Bowl ring. Don't worry about it."
Chiefs beat the Eagles 38-35 in 2023.
Yeah.
And last year they beat the 49ers 25-22. So they've won by 3 points.
That's pretty cool.
Anyway.
It's close games. I'm okay with them winning some. They were such a bad team for so long.
I'm so sick of it.
I'm okay with them winning a few.
I mean, let's be fair. I mean, it's just Patrick Mahomes is he just knows how to win.
Yeah.
Somehow he does. Yeah.
I mean, remember the 13 seconds game? It's like, oh, the Bills came back, and it's just like, Pat, you got 13 seconds, Patrick. He's like,
oh yeah, no, yeah. And
just give me the ball.
They drove it down the field and won.
Yeah, I mean, literally, 2 plays, boom, 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 complete. Just kick the field goal. Fuck you. See you later. It's like we own you.
Yeah, no, it's so. The Bills, man, they got to be so dejected.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and that game was a great game, but you could just tell it was just like there wasn't a single moment where you saw the Chiefs ever looking scared, ever looking intimidated. Even with the Bills were up by 1, they're like, we got it. Don't worry about it. It's just
we got this.
We got this. Nothing to worry about. Let's just go. Should we go win now? Let's go win now. Okay, we're gonna win now. And just and then they just pat the Bills on the head and say, yeah, 0-4. 0-4 in the playoffs against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And they don't even make fun of them. They're just like, hey, good game.
Yeah, that's like whatever. They're like,
yeah, whatever.
Road bump, speed bump.
Yeah. It's just like that same guy who does those skits. He's a Packers fan, so I don't like that about him. But Tom Grossi, he does a lot of awesome things, and he has a channel that's just amazing. He works in that channel 24/7, I think. But he even said, it's just like when he does the skits or the thing, and it's like when he plays the Chiefs, he literally, whenever he's like every team's reaction to this week's football, and it was literally when the first round of the playoffs started, every single time the Chiefs are sleeping, and then it was the first round of the playoffs, oh, it's time for us to care.
Time to play now.
It's time for us to play. Oh, how was the preseason for everybody? Yes, we are inevitable. They are. They're just. Can you imagine being a Chiefs fan? Like all your life, you're like a Chiefs fan, and all of a sudden now you're in this
I
unprecedented
know.
level
Yeah.
of like just success.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, and you're just like,
And then I don't know. You saw this is a different sport, but Luka Doncic, who is like
oh, yeah,
got to
Oh,
be
yeah,
one of the
got-
top 5 players of all, like maybe of all time. I don't know about
Yeah.
all time, but pretty high up there, top 10. Oh, traded away.
Yeah, to
Oh,
LA.
for one draft pick and one guy.
nobody still has any
Now,
idea why that
If it-
happened.
I can't
seen
even.
some
I don't
theories.
understand the theory. Yeah, I have to.
What's the theory that
So
you've heard?
the theory that I saw was that the new owners wanted to move to Las Vegas,
Oh, really?
and in order to move towns, the team has to be doing poorly.
Really? Oh, that seems like a very.
And
I don't know if I
and-
would tank my own investment just to.
Sounds
move
like a plot of a
towns.
bad movie.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean
I'm
that-
not saying it's credible. I'm just saying what I saw.
Yeah, that's less. I feel like that's less credible. But I don't know. I don't.
And LeBron
By the
was
way,
quoted in
they
saying
just
he
lost
wants
like
to-
1 million fans overnight on their Twitter account.
Oh yeah, that's not a
Like
surprise.
I'm like, oh well, good job there.
Well, and I know we're trying to go to bed, and I'm tired.
Anyway, I don't.
But
Yeah,
another
I
weird-
need to
weird
go to
sport-
bed.
did you
weird
guys
sports
see?
story.
Did you guys see that like at like NBA games where it's like an American team goes to play at a Canadian team, like yeah, as is and also hockey games, as is the fashion. They say it's like and tonight the United States national anthem will be sung by so
And
so
they
so
booed
so.
him. Yeah.
Oh, and they just boo them.
Yeah.
Like they just
In Canada.
it's constant boos throughout the entire national anthem. That's the world we're living in right now. That's
Yep.
where we have somebody that is
But we're respected.
just
Around the world.
despised.
Yeah, it's it happened before.
Yep.
All right.
I just hate everything.
I
Good
gotta
night.
go to bed.
Good night.
Go to bed, you big whiner. I'll see you this weekend, Scott. Just let me know when your fight lands.